After all, no one knows whether the white lion is just pretending to be docile, waiting for you to let your guard down before taking action. Safety first. It's okay, I can hear it. When Youning knew the white lion's thoughts even before it did, you don't need to help me here, you can go and do other things. Just now, it was unclear inside, but now that she is outside, Wen Youning realizes that it seems none of the doctors who said they would leave have left. They are all here. Zhao Zi said, I asked them to stay and learn. Learn me, Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, my treatment method is not universally applicable. Or rather, it only applies to herself. Zhao Zi nodded. He realized this after watching the whole process. However, if Wen Youning's treatment plan is taught and the learning doctors try it hands-on, it will definitely receive 0 negative reviews. There will be no reprimand at all on the spot. Zhao Zi sighed and had to admit that what Qian Yu said was correct. He raised his head, and the serious expression on his face cracked inch by inch when he saw the white lion stumbling down from the cage. White lion. Wen Youning turned around, and the white lion had already stepped out of the cage. Don't move. She hurriedly ran inside. Good, lift up the injured leg. The freshly stitched wound easily ruptures when it steps down with a paw. The white lion's ear twitches slightly, not turning its head as if it hasn't heard, but its injured hind leg inadvertently leaves the ground. Since the white lion has already come out of the cage by itself, this cage is no longer needed. When Youning directly dragged the cage outside for easy transport, the cage has swivel wheels at the bottom, making it easy to push and pull without much effort. A ward specifically designed for large animals, even the door is a double door. The cage is pushed to the outside compartment, and the rest is left to the staff to handle. When Youning laid a drying mat on the floor, come here, she patted the ground. First, we need to rinse the eyes. The white lion has to lie on the floor of the ward to sleep at night. The saline solution for rinsing eyes has soiled the mat. Lying on it would be uncomfortable. The white lion is uncomfortable in its eyes. It seems like it wants to scratch its eyes with its front paws. Don't move. When Youning grasped its paw, I'll bandage you later and you can't take off the gauze. Also, you can't lick the medicine on your body. The white male lion has a thick mane around its neck, and no matter how big the Elizabethan collar, it will feel uncomfortable wearing it. Originally, the white lion had settled down and showed no intention of moving, but upon hearing this, it turned its head directly, acting as if it wanted to lick its wound. When Youning hugged the big head that had turned away, you did that on purpose. She was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. Bad guy. Realizing that the white lion was teasing her, she didn't expect it to actually lick her. When Youning hugged it tightly, taking advantage of the white lion's lack of reaction, and casually ruffled its mane, just lie down nicely. The white lion exhaled through its nose, licked its nose and lay down again, looking no different from before, but its mouth was slightly curled up, as if it was smiling from a successful prank. When Youning brought in the medicine, and after disinfecting it, she lined up a row of saline solution on the side. Putting on the gloves when Youning opened a bottle, let's get started. Whoa! A small stream of water flowed past the eyelids, as Wen Youning tilted the head of the white lion to the left, flushing out the dirt and blood inside. This rinsing is actually quite comfortable, especially under conditions where the eyes are swollen and stinging. The cool saline solution can relieve the swelling. She gently touched the eyelid of the white lion with her finger, and after rinsing, one could faintly see the white lion's blue eyes. After cleaning, do not rush to apply the medicine, and then proceed to wash the other eye. Rinse repeatedly several times, and take a moment to pause before starting to apply the medicine. The anti-inflammatory and pain relief ointment was squeezed into the eyes, and the gauze was coated with medicine and wrapped around the white lion's eyes. The external medicine is changed every half a day. It may not smell very good, but this medicine is very effective. Just bear with it a little and you'll see the results soon. The external medicine has more of a traditional Chinese medicine aroma. She could smell the strong herbal scent, not to mention the white lion with its sensitive sense of smell. Finally, tie a bow. Wen Youning moved her fingertips to tie the gauze around the back of the white lion's head. Cool. Wen Youning rolled up the absorbent mat, sat on it and said, "This is the mat. It is soft and I sleep here at night." The temperature in this ward has separate temperature control, and the temperature is suitable. Although the treatment involves shaving the fur off the white lion based on the wounds, there are so many wounds that once all are shaved, it hardly looks different from being completely shaved. Without fur for warmth, the temperature must definitely be well controlled. Wen Youning tidied up the ward, throwing away what needed to be thrown. The white lion is not in the cage right now. Aside from her, probably no one else will enter this ward. While bandaging, the white lion was already drowsy, and by the time Wen Youning finished tidying up the ward, the white lion had completely fallen asleep. The mental strain over the past few days has exhausted the white lion. The white lion, already exhausted from multiple forms of torment, mentally, physically, and psychologically, had finally reached its limit, managing to hold on under the effects of medication until now, when it finally fell asleep. Wen Youning moved lightly, careful not to wake the white lion. She replaced the water and meat with fresh ones, waiting for the white lion to wake up and eat. After everything was ready, she quietly walked out of the room. Stayed indoors for half a day. The windows were not open, and I couldn't see the situation outside. Focused on treating the white lion's injuries, Wen Youning didn't have time to check the time. When Wen Youning walked out of the hospital, she realized that it was already dark outside. Only when I went back after being busy did I realize that she seemed to have barely eaten anything today, just some snacks. At this point, I felt like my stomach was already about to collapse from hunger. "Teacher Wen," Cayenne Yu jogged over from a distance, "I thought you would have to stay inside a bit longer." She lifted the lunch box in her hand. "I went to buy you some food." In the evening, the location here is off the beaten path, not to mention the high delivery fee for takeout. Many shops can't deliver here at all. All of them exceed the delivery range. Cayenne Yu especially drove out to get the meal packed. It's still warm. Wen Youning, I was still thinking of making do with some food when I go back in the evening. That's not acceptable. You've worked so hard, you should eat something good to make up for it. Cayenne Yu drove the old man back with Wen Youning. Wen Youning stayed in the ward for a long time, and she was covered in the smell of blood. Cayenne Yu said, "Teacher Wen, I put your live streaming equipment in the back. Remember to take it." Okay. Wen Youning scanned the back row of seats with the light from her phone and picked up the live streaming equipment, placing it on the lunch box. It hasn't been used much and the battery is still full. Back to the yard. The dogs standing outside all came over to greet. Woof woof woof. Wen Youning got out of the car and stretched, almost falling asleep in the car. She went in and patted each head. A few dogs who smelled the bloody scent were hesitant to approach, while some bolder dogs had already gotten used to her bringing back the scent of unfamiliar animals every time she went out. Meow, the little tabby squeezed out from a group of dogs, sniffing around Wen Youning nonstop. "Did you detect anything?" Wen Youning walked into the room. The little tabby tilted its head, looking somewhat puzzled. "Is it a bit fierce, meow?" To it, Wen Youning has the scent of a formidable beast, but the smell of blood seems to also come from that beast. The smell of blood equals injury. The blood of a fierce beast is heavy with killing intent, and it will also make the little tabby cat's fur stand on end. However, a particularly strong smell of blood represents a very serious injury. So in the eyes of the little tabby cat, Sister defeated a very powerful beast. And I didn't get hurt at all, while severely injuring the opponent and winning greatly. Meow, meow. The little tabby cat's tail was upright as it rubbed against Wen Youning's leg and walked closely with her. The humans that Meow is looking for are even stronger than before. How wonderful, Meow. From now on, you will be the second little brother of the cat, and the smelly bird will be third. What's the big deal? Wen Youning's stomach growled, and as soon as she got home, she couldn't wait to open her lunch box. The multi-layered lunch box stacked together, with the soup at the bottom, rice in a separate box above, and the remaining 3 layers filled with vegetables. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. The vegetable dish was a cold dish topped with a layer of salmon and a layer of sweet shrimp. To be precise, it's 3 kinds of meat. Wen Youning picked out some fish and shrimp for them, letting the red falcon and the little tabby cat eat by themselves. Rock Wolf, this is for you. The big fluffy one, who is not mobile, definitely needs to be fed by mouth. In front of Rock Wolf there is also a small plate. Usually, when Wen Youning is eating, the Rock Wolf does not come over to try like the little tabby cat. It just quietly stays by the side. The dogs in the yard can only wait until the next time they go to the market to bring them seafood. There isn't much seafood, and each fluffy one can only get a little to taste. Wen Youning is indeed hungry, and her eating speed is much faster than usual. The seafood quality is good. You can clearly tell it's not the frozen kind. It is fresh, sweet, and bouncy without any off or fishy taste. After the wind swept away the clouds, there was still a small half of the rice left, while all the dishes were finished. Let's go, it's time to sleep. Wen Youning was also splattered with quite a bit of blood. If she weren't so tired, taking a bath to relieve fatigue would be better before resting. My eyes are so tired now that I can hardly keep them open, and all I can think about is to quickly wash up and get to bed. Meow. The next morning, in the ward of the animal hospital in the park, doctors are scheduled to do their rounds in the morning, record various data during the morning hours. But the ward of the white lion is quite special. No doctor dares to go in. At most, they just observe through the glass from outside. Wen Youning woke up late but left early, grabbing a piece of bread and rushing out. As promised, I will take you to see the white lion today. Why was there no live stream yesterday? The video that Kyan New posted is making my heart itch. Zoo officials, I urge you to be kind and immediately upload the complete video for me. I was quite busy yesterday, Wen Youning said while biting into a honey bun. This bun is pretty good. Who cares about the bun? I want to see the white lion. Also, what brand is the bun? I will go buy some. Teacher Wen has already petted the white lion without us knowing. In fact, the white lion is not as fierce as it appears, Wen Youning said, her voice unclear. Its personality is actually quite good. When encountering a bad-tempered one, there's really no point in saying anything. It can open its mouth and show off half of me. Wen Youning said, it's not very clear to say it this way. You'll understand once you experience it. Thank you, but my family's Zihan will not participate in this kind of activity. You don't need to take me. It seems my grandma is about to give birth to my dad, and I want to go see if it's a boy or a girl. Wen Youning walked to the hospital. Just managed to shove the last bite of bread into my mouth. After disinfecting, I went upstairs and the corridor was very lively. It could almost be described as a sea of people. They have already blocked the elevator door. Wen Youning hasn't gone out yet and someone shouted, Dr. Wen is here. The crowd seemed to have received some kind of message, and in unison, they made way for a path in the middle. Wen Youning. What is going on? Zhao Zi came over holding a folder, clicked her tongue, waved her hand. Everyone, step aside and don't block the way. Wen Youning suspiciously asked, what are they? Many are unfamiliar faces. At least they are not the doctors who came yesterday. The doctor from the zoo next door came over to gossip after understanding the situation. Zhao Zi was also taken aback when she arrived. All thanks to Wen Youning, who had edited a short clip of yesterday's video featuring Wen Youning and the white lions and posted it on their account. The director of the neighboring zoo had a phone call with their director late at night, and the next day, the zoo's doctor came over. Zhao Zi said, "This is some data issue with the white lions. Could you see if you have time to help measure it?" This should have been measured from the very beginning of the rescue process. However, with various issues piling up, along with the white lion's lack of cooperation, there has still been no accurate data up to now. All right, Wen Youning took the folder, along with a small bag of tools that had also been sterilized. The heavy scent of alcohol emanated without even opening the bag. Wen Youning asked, "Has the white lion woken up?" "I'm not too sure about that either." Zhao Zi spoke somewhat shyly, pointing at the transparent glass. The white lion had gauze over its eyes, staying in one place without moving or eating, making it hard to tell from the outside whether it was awake or not. Wen Youning nodded, "Then I'll go in first." Zhao Zi made a sound of acknowledgement, raised her hand to signal the security guard to come over and maintain order. "Everyone over here, follow me to the office." So many white coats. The doctors from the zoo next door came over to learn. Ha, no worries. To be honest, who can steal the methods that Teacher Wen uses to treat animals? The live broadcasting equipment will automatically adjust its position indoors, getting stuck in the corner of the ceiling. Wen Youning entered the room and first checked the gauze on the white lion's eyes. The ointment has soaked into the inner layer of gauze, which is piled up quite thick, while the outer layer is still clean. The most important thing is that the gauze is securely tied around the white lion's head. "Are you hungry?" Wen Youning sat down next to the white lion's head and began to unwrap the gauze. "If you're thirsty, you can drink a little less water today." The white lion has not yet reached the point of shock from excessive blood loss. If it takes a night to rest, stops the bleeding and changes the medicine on time, there shouldn't be any major problems. Teacher Wen," a man's voice came from the compartment, cautiously even through the door, fearing that the white lion would rush out and bite him. "I'm here to bring food for the white lion." Wen Youning didn't hear clearly and asked, "What?" Hearing the voice, the man carefully opened the door a crack. Wen Youning didn't see anyone, just a hand reached in and tossed the struggling rabbit inside. The man explained quietly, "Brother Zhao said the white lion might be wild and not like cut meat, so he asked me to bring some live ones. This rabbit has been disinfected, don't worry. The ward is only this big, and even if the white lion can't see, it can easily take a couple of steps toward the sound and catch the rabbit." The hunting ability of wild white lions is beyond doubt. Wen Youning, "No need, the white lion is just in a bad mood." Once the door closed, the man's figure disappeared without a trace. Coming and going in a hurry, the rabbit's fur was all ruffled. It seemed it had been caught for quite a while, but she still hadn't come. The man didn't dare to come in and only threw it out now. The rabbit landed and was frightened nearly to death by the presence of the white lion in the ward. I'm going to die. Run, hurry up and run with your dying legs. Don't come over, I'll lift my leg. Die you all. Is Grandpa vegetarian? The rabbit is hopping around chaotically. Wen Youning and the white lion next to him are very calm. Especially the white lion, which didn't move its ears at all, while Wen Youning at least kept an eye on the rabbit. The rabbit's inner voice performed a set of drunken punches, and Wen Youning let out a yawn. The rabbit, which had run back and forth for 2 laps, bumped its head against the glass. Bang in one go. The rabbit, who regained its composure with its high IQ, said. The red-eyed rabbit looked at Wen Youning, then lowered its head to look at itself. It lay silently in place, its claws digging into the ground, and its normally indifferent face was now filled with embarrassment. No, I said it early that I wouldn't chase. The rabbit is dying. Not dead yet, but already lost all its face. Do I have to experience social death before dying? Tusk, tusk, tusk. Rabbit, why don't you two bite me as a gesture? Just a little. The white lion was in a bad mood and showed little interest in the meat brought to its mouth, and naturally had no intention of hunting live rabbits. The rabbit ran until it was tired and lay on the ground panting, its head buzzing. Wen Youning continued to unwrap the bandage, peeling off the layers from the white lion's eyes and folding them up again, which also needed to be thrown into the medical waste bin. She lowered her head to carefully observe, her fingertips brushing against the white lion's cheek, mumbling, "Is it still not awake? Strange. She should be awake by now. How long has she been sleeping already? From the time she left yesterday until today after a whole night." "No." The voice of the white lion echoed at this moment. Wen Youning stopped. "No, not really." The corners of her mouth curved slightly as she looked down at the white lion pretending to sleep and teasingly asked, "Really nothing?" "Really nothing." Wen Youning laughed silently. Haha, the inner voice was surprisingly confident. "All right." Wen Youning lightly coughed and suddenly asked, "So, what were you thinking in your heart if you weren't awake? I feel like I heard something." After Wen Youning finished speaking, the white lion had no reaction, but its heart voice rang out after a pause. "Nothing. Heard it wrong." "Oh," Wen Youning said with a thoughtful tone that dragged on. "So it turns out the heart voice wasn't thinking about anything at all. It must be that you were really deep in sleep." The white lion's heart voice responded briskly. Listening to the heart of the white lion, a smile gradually grew on Wen Youning's lips as her palm continued to stroke the mane around the white lion's neck. With a smile on her face, she muttered to herself, "Since it's sleeping so soundly, if I pinch and touch it, it probably won't even notice." The mane around the white lion's neck protects its neck and enhances its defense during fights. It certainly cannot be described as soft, but when your fingertips sink entirely into it, the fine short plush inside still carries a warmth. "The scarf is too thick, I can't reach the bottom at all." What does this mean? Is the white lion asleep or not? It seems like it's deliberately teasing the white lion, haha. It's definitely pretending to be asleep. I saw its tail moving. Wen Youning noticed the bullet screen and her gaze shifted downwards. The tail was fluffy and short, with only a slightly rounded tuft at the tip, Wen Youning had snipped off a bit while grooming. She grasped the fluff ball and could distinctly feel the white lion's body tense up. Just in time to measure, Wen Youning pulled out a soft tape measure and compared it to the white lion's tail. "Let's see how many centimeters it is." Some lions, when born, or later when stepped on, or after getting injured during fights, may have tails that grow poorly and appear awkwardly bent. The tails of lions come in various shapes. The most common is a curved tip pointing upwards and the regular drooping downwards. The white lion's tail has its tip pointing upwards. I squeezed a plush ball. The white lion didn't make any sound. It's a solid fur ball. And there's the paw. While recording the length of the tail on paper, Wen Youning touched the white lion's paw again, lifted it up and shook it in front of the live streaming camera. The feel is super thick. The paw pads of white lions are not as soft as those of young lion due to frequent hunting and fighting. Compared to Wen Youning's hand, the white lion's claws are much larger than her hand. Who wants to try a hit and test the strength? Fans come first. No fans will come. You don't need to think about the fans for something so deadly. I'm not boasting, but if I were to fight this male lion, it would be a 30-70 split. I'd kneel in 3 seconds, and it would be 70% full. You could just slide tackle it. That way it would be a one-step delivery right to the stomach. The white lion, who was starving 1 second, suddenly goes, "Wait, I'm full." Ha ha! Wen Youning skillfully placed the white lion's paw on her leg, sat cross-legged facing the white lion and rubbed its nose. "Not awake yet." "Don't think about it." "Not awake." Seems like it's thinking. The white lion struggles with its inner voice, pretending to be asleep, feeling conflicted about whether it wants to think or not. So cute. How can you tell yourself not to think about it? Clearly, the white lion failed to control its inner voice. Wen Youning got up and walked around behind the white lion to measure its body length. If it doesn't wake up, I will go back first. I'll come over again after the white lion wakes up. No. It's awake. Wen Youning's wrist sank. You're awake. The white lion's tail came down, brushing the tip against her wrist as if to wrap her wrist up. Look, although the lion's tail isn't as long as a tiger's, it's still very agile. Wen Youning moved her wrist and the white lion's tail remained firmly attached, unable to shake free. Wen Youning patted the white lion's back. I heard you won't eat again today. Annoying. Annoyance is an emotion, and the accumulation of emotions can also consume physical strength and energy. You have to eat well first before you have extra energy to deal with annoyance. Wen Youning analyzed this thoroughly and concluded, if you eat well, you won't be annoyed. What? Teacher Wen, you can't be so heartless. Are you bullying the white lion just because it hasn't been to elementary school? Hiss, the reasoning teacher Wen shared is just like what I realized in the middle of the night while starving during my diet, gnawing on my slippers. Wen Youning finished changing the medicine for the white lion, redressed its eyes with fresh bandages, and then picked up the white lion's food bowl. Freshly cut strips of meat, conveniently designed for the white lion to eat, are deliberately cut into uniformly sized chunks that are neither too big nor too small. The color of the meat varies. At first glance, it is difficult to distinguish between the red and white meat, but they are all raw meat mixed together, which can be clearly differentiated. There is quite a bit of blood water at the bottom of the bowl. Wen Youning pulled at the edge of the gloves, changed into a new pair and fed meat to the white lion. Using tools was far less convenient than using hands. Here, I'll feed you. I won't eat. If you don't eat, your body will recover very slowly. Don't you want to get better faster? Wen Youning dipped the meat on the white lion's mouth, the blood staining its fur. Feeling uncomfortable, it would lick itself. Come a few more times and it can also replenish moisture. Come on, how about just taking a bite? It's fine to chew slowly like yesterday. Wen Youning urged the white lion to eat, as normal feeding is the best way to replenish energy. Wild animals have a strong self-repair ability. Some male lions in the reserve are severely injured with twisted spines and cannot hunt. Their brothers catch prey for them to eat, but it's of no use. The reserve won't intervene, and they can gradually stand up by themselves. Do not underestimate your own body. The premise is that there is enough food and nutrition. Do you smell this meat? Isn't it fragrant? When Youning stuffed a capsule into the meat, come on, take a bite. She leaned close to the white lion's ear and said, try a taste. The white lion turned its ear away, as if it lay down, both ears lying flat. Wen Youning reached out and opened the ear that was closer to her. Take a bite. Roar! The agitated white lion slightly opened its mouth and growled. Wen Youning was quick on her feet, sliding her hand into its mouth and lifting upwards. Taking advantage of its mouth being open, she tossed the meat inside, quickly pulling her hand back, and as it brushed against the lower jaw, she helped the white lion close its mouth after feeding. Very thoughtful. The roar was muffled by the meat, and the white lion paused, chewing slowly. Wen Youning gently patted the white lion's head and praised, so good. The white lion lay down, its paws resting on its jaw, expressionless as it bit down. Wen Youning filled the remaining meat with medicine. Have you finished? After you finish, we'll have another bite. Smelling the meat at his lips, the white lion subtly tilted his head. A bite. Yes, a bite. Wen Youning placed the meat piece by piece and said, this bite, that bite, and another bite, yet another bite. When one bite is mentioned, there will never be a second bite. One time. A poke. Yesterday's events are like fleeting clouds. When Youning patted the white lion, "Good boy, let the past be the past. We won't talk about what happened before." "Hello? White lion, this meat is called have a bite." "Ha ha ha, that's right. A billion bites is just a billion bites." It's over. The white lion is ruined by not being able to count. The white lion has been fooled by Teacher Wen. What a cunning human. The white lion has no appetite and not a bit of desire to eat. He chewed the fist-sized piece of meat for a long time when he finally swallowed it, and when Youning was preparing the next piece of meat, she saw the white lion open its mouth and spit out something small. Wen Youning focused her eyes and saw that it was a capsule with the outer skin soaked in blood water, looking like it was about to melt at any moment. She raised her eyes and happened to see the white lion gently lift its jaw and exhale, clearly smiling. "Hey, you!" Wen Youning was both amused and exasperated. "You really are something. Fine, fine. Then how about not adding this medicine and just eating meat alone?" The white lion stopped smiling and turned its head. If it weren't for the injuries, it would move more easily. Wen Youning suspected that it would directly flip itself over. "Rustle, rustle, rustle, rustle. What are you eating?" Wen Youning followed around, as if she heard the sound of something being eaten. But the white lion had nothing in its mouth. Wen Youning looked up with suspicion. The parkour rabbit was currently facing away from her, its head squeezed into the corner of the wall, nibbling on something. The sound just now came from this direction. "What are you?" Wen Youning walked over and saw that the mat in this area had already been nibbled into pits and bumps. The rabbit was desperately chewing with its three-part mouth. The paws are pushing the hay that hasn't been stuffed into its mouth against its mouth. It's clear that it is very afraid that Wen Youning will steal its hay. Wen Youning. There are 3 layers of soft fabric outside the mat, with thick hay wrapped inside. Throwing the rabbit into a room full of hay is no different from throwing a mouse into a barrel full of rice. The rabbit chewed the mat, ate quite full, and was too lazy to run. It just felt quite unwilling when being picked up. Just eat. What's wrong with that? Grandpa can eat whatever he wants. I'll eat you too soon. Rabbits can endure pain well and don't like to cry out, but their inner thoughts are quite active. Wen Youning put the rabbit back and said, "Dig underneath to eat, don't bite the outer layer off." Eating some grass is fine, but if the mat is bitten and damaged, it would need to be stitched up, which is a bit troublesome. The rabbit that was put back on the ground still held onto that piece of dry grass. Its lively big eyes blinked, and it lowered its head to continue munching. "Not dead. Eat quickly." Isn't it a bit inappropriate to use hay as a mattress, though? I also think this material can easily be chewed up by mice. "Mouse, are you sick? Why don't you guys bite? Let the mouse bite." Ha ha ha, the white lion hears the mouse at night and thinks, "Who ordered food delivery to the wrong address?" Wen Youning slowly chased after and finished feeding, and finally the meat in the bowl was all gone. This amount of meat is about 1/10 full. But at least it's more than what I ate yesterday. Little by little, we need to progress step by step. Wen Youning used veterinary disinfectant wipes to clean the white lion, and the wounds cannot be washed with water for the time being. Using saline is not very practical either. She precisely wiped away the blood stuck to the fur with the wipes, much of which had already dried. The white lion cannot see. It does not know what Wen Youning is doing, only able to sense her moving back and forth, with its ears trying to listen, unconsciously moving in sync with her actions. Wen Youning noticed and ruffled the lion's head. "Let's just wipe it down for now, and once your wound heals, how about I help you take a bath? Do you dislike water?" Usually, in humans' impression, lions dislike water. Even in hot summer, they would rather hide under trees and endure than go into the water to cool off. Not all lions are afraid of water. Over in Africa, there are many wetland lions that excel at hunting buffalo in the water. I don't know what type the white lion is. What? No. Wen Youning folded a wet wipe and said, "All right, I'll apply for a swimming pool for you." The size of the white lion makes it very difficult to fit even in a bathtub, let alone a bathroom. It would be better to set up a swimming pool where the white lion can soak in. The white lion's paw hooks onto the mat. Noisy. Is it noisy? Wen Youning thought for a moment. All right, I'll go and make some noise to get a swimming pool. The roar. Haha. Wen Youning sidestepped the question and laughed on the verge of getting angry at the white lion. I'm just chatting with you, how could it be noisy? No random talk allowed. Very noisy. Wen Youning tossed away the wet wipes, crossed her arms and huffed, saying, "Then I won't come tomorrow." The snoring sound from the throat near my ear has gone silent. The white lion seemed to be silent for a moment. Woo. It wasn't very noisy either. You can come. A smile slowly spread across Wen Youning's face as she poked the white lion's head. Bad guy. The white lion raised its head, its wet nose touching her wrist. It was likely an unintentional brush, but it looked very much like a deliberate nuzzle. Wen Youning smiled as she stroked the white lion's mane, and the white lion bared its teeth. Before it let out a low growl, Wen Youning retracted her hand and leaned against the wall. The white lion tilted its head back and rested it steadily on Wen Youning's lap. Wen Youning placed her hand on the white lion's furry collar, gently touching its mane with her fingertips while watching the comments. If you rest your head like this for a while, your legs will go numb, and they won't be yours anymore. I didn't realize how big the white lion was before when watching the video. Now looking again, the white lion's head is almost blocking Teacher Wen. Facing such a violent and easily enraged white lion, Teacher Wen dares to go up. You deserve to earn that money. Crazy screenshots. This scene is so cool. It has a kind of serene beauty after a bloody battle. Absolutely amazing. If I hadn't been told in advance that the white lion had just been rescued and I was only meeting Teacher Wen for the second time, I would really suspect that the white lion was raised by Teacher Wen since childhood. Wen Youning spread her 5 fingers to comb through the white lion's fur, saying, "I told you it has a good character." She curled her lips. I used to encounter situations where I was asked to help listen to what pets were thinking. When I listened, I ended up cursing for 4 generations in 3 sentences. I said hello, starting with "what a hammer," and I scolded for 5 minutes straight. In contrast, the taciturn white lion has a remarkably good temper. Wow, 5 minutes in such a rich vocabulary. Wen Youning opened a bottle of mineral water and said, "Of course." She slid her finger across the phone screen and said while connecting, "Today we'll connect with 2, just to go through the daily tasks." The live broadcast equipment was smartly adjusted and was nearly level with Wen Youning. There is no emergency call today, and Wen Youning continues in order from the queue, opening up to Idju Yun Tazu. Wen Youning had just taken a sip of water. The white lion raised its head and touched the water bottle, its nose twitching. Wen Youning poured a bit for it. All felines are the same. Any water other than what's in their own bowl is good water. Especially on the nightstand at night, the owner's cup of water is like morning dew for felines. Ah, finally in line. The boy's voice was slightly excited. I've been waiting for days and always at the back. Today is the first time I got ahead. Teacher Wen, look at my dog. Woof, the bitchan fries was held up to the camera, looking bewildered. What's wrong, woof? Wen Youning hung very cute. The bitchan fries' fur is trimmed into a round, lively style, clean and beautiful like a pretty cotton candy. The white lion licked its nose and raised its head, its eyes hidden beneath the gauze, but it seemed like it was looking at her. Wen Youning gently fluffed her hair. You're the cutest. The white lion paused, a bit uncomfortable, and turned its head away, its tail flicking behind it. Boring. Isn't it good to praise you? I bit you. Wen Youning hummed as she grabbed 2 handfuls of the white lion's mane and looked up to ask, What's wrong with the teddy bear? Regarding the serious matter, Zhu Yun Tazu touched her nose, feeling a bit conflicted. I don't know if this counts as an illness, but its behavior has been very strange lately. Wen Youning nodded. Go ahead. It's just that its physical health, emotions, mind, and spirit are all fine. But for some reason, every time it goes out for a walk, it runs towards the trash can. Zhu Yun Tazu had one hand carrying the dog and one hand holding the phone, scanning the trash can downstairs in the community. This is it. Tianchen always squats by the garbage can and won't budge no matter how you pull. Picking up small dogs from the trash can has almost become a regular activity during his daily dog walks. Does the Bichon think of itself as trash? Do you often tell the Bichon, you are the little dog I picked up from the trash can, and now the Bichon wants to go home? Don't just talk to little dogs casually. Small animals understand everything. The Bichon lowered its head and saw the garbage can, instantly getting excited. Woof woof. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, fine, fine. Zhu Yun, treading snow, helplessly pressed its paw. You're not trash. Why do you keep running to the garbage can? Holding the Bichon fries close, it still frequently looked outside the window, until it could see nothing, then reluctantly withdrew its gaze. The little Bichon fries' paws drooped, as if sighing, looking at Zhu Yun treading snow with an extremely mournful expression, as if it were disappointed in its inability to change anything. Are you abusing the puppy? Exactly, even the child wants to live in the trash can, not at your house. Woof woof. It was taken away by someone else. Woof. If we don't go now, it will definitely be too late. Last time, Wang waited for so long, and that silly person didn't take it. What was taken away? Wen Youning was pinching the white lion's paw pads. Woof, the Bichon fries' paw, which was waving, stopped midair as it blinked in confusion. Woof. Woof is a human talking to me. I'm talking to you. Do you want to go down and get something? Wen Youning heard there was even a grab involved. Woof woof. Right. The Bichon is extremely disappointed in its owner. It doesn't understand anything the dog says, and it doesn't listen at all. After finally meeting a human who understands it, the Bichon unhesitatingly reveals everything. Woof. It's money. The dog and grandma pick up money. Foolish people don't pick it up, and the money gets taken by others. Woof. Picking up money from a trash can. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. Is the community where Zhu Yun Tazu lives really that wealthy? What? Zhu Yun Tazu couldn't believe she heard such an answer. Is it talking? That little dog is talking nonsense. Woof. No way, woof. Zhu Yun said, how can there be money in the trash can? It's not even as tall as the trash can, and even if there is money inside, it can't see it. It's impossible for it to be money. Besides, the puppy can't see it. Can he not see it either? If there really was money, he would have picked it up a long time ago. Moreover, it has happened several times. Even if there is really money, no one would drop money once in the morning and once in the evening to be seen by Tian Tian. With hands spread wide, Zhu Yun is lost in thought, feeling that nothing makes sense. Wen Youning noticed the puppy was emotionally stirred up, and it didn't seem like it was lying, so the only possibility was that there was a misunderstanding between the puppy and humans. She asked again, did Tianchen say she found money with her grandma? Do you have any elderly people at home? Elderly? My grandma did come over a few days ago. She went to my parents' house last week. Zhu Yun wondered suspiciously, what does it mean by money? Could it be trash? Speaking of the elderly, Yun Tashu immediately reacted, my grandmother is fine. She goes downstairs to take a walk, and whenever she sees cardboard or plastic water bottles, she picks them up to sell. When my grandmother comes over, she often helps me walk the dog. To be precise, during that time, it was my grandma who was entrusted with walking the dog. The elderly sleep less. He stays up all night, and the elderly one goes out to walk the dog at 4 or 5 in the morning. That's right. Wen Youning explained. It should be that the elderly told Tian Tian that cardboard boxes and plastic bottles can be sold for money, so it just squats by the cardboard box hoping you'll take it. Woof woof. Yes, that's it. So much money, Wang collected so much money. It dragged Wang away and said Wang is little trash, bad person. The bitchan has deep resentment. The trash can is too deep, the puppy can't get in. Otherwise, if only it could grab a mineral water bottle to show Zhu Yun Tazu, it could probably guess the general idea. Zhu Yun stepped on the snow. Ah, sweetheart puppy. Wow, if I were older and went out for walks, I would really be so moved by a puppy that would help me pick up cardboard. Baby, you are really so good. At Zhu Yun tread snow, if it really doesn't work, make a small cart for the dog, put a few empty bottles inside, and let passers-by give a little. Can't expect anything from you. Woof woof. Speak, Wang wants you to speak. I misunderstood you, good treasure. Zhu Yun stepped on the snow, picked up the Pekingese and kissed it. It mainly depends on me not understanding. You were sitting on the cardboard, and I thought you wanted to take that thing back to make a nest. Even though the cardboard box next to the trash can is liked by the Pekingese, it cannot be taken home. Not to mention that there are already several newly bought dog beds at home that the Pekingese can't even stay in. Just thinking about the hygiene situation, picking something up from beside the trash can is dirty to imagine, and it definitely cannot be let the puppy live there. This is exactly how a misunderstanding happened. Woof. Get lost. Okay, I understand. Zhu Yun stepped onto the snow and felt that the little dog was scolding him. Thank you, Teacher Wen, then I will leave now. Wen Youning hung up the call. Squeak, the rabbit, having eaten its fill of grass, stumbled and rolled over on its back, tumbling right in front of the white lion. Even though it couldn't see, the white lion immediately raised its paw to press down. In the wild, such small prey is not within the white lion's regular hunting range. Unless it was full, had nothing to do, and happened to see one, it might catch one as a snack. Eating this piece of meat is not worth the energy used while running away when caught. The white lion lowers its head. The rabbit was scared half to death, squeaking and crying out, as if sensing that it was about to meet its end in the lion's jaws. But the white lion did not snap its neck in one bite. Instead, it picked up the rabbit and turned its head to place the rabbit on Wen Youning's lap where it had been resting. The rabbit was scared to the point of trembling when it came into close contact with the white lion. When it was let down, it even forgot to escape, just trembling on Wen Youning's legs. Oh my goodness, I'm so scared. You big lion, are you not watching where you're putting those claws? Can I have it? Wen Youning comforted the agitated rabbit, and then noticed that the rabbit had somehow found a piece of dry grass and was munching on it. Its belly is almost expanding horizontally, yet it continues to eat tirelessly. Full dead rabbit. Wen Youning said, "Don't worry, it won't eat you." The white lion didn't even eat the meat brought to its mouth, simply pinning the rabbit down with its paw out of instinct upon sensing another animal nearby. The rabbit's fur is soft and smooth like fine silk. Compared to the white lion, the rabbit feels better to touch. It's very soft. When Youning shared about the rabbit's texture, its ears are also quite soft. The rabbit was initially scared and nervous, but later realized that the white lion truly had no intention of tasting it, and gradually relaxed. It directly sprawled on Wen Youning's legs, becoming a rabbit pancake. Chirp, chirp, the rabbit comfortably squinted its eyes, also kneading its belly. The white lion listened for a while, then suddenly stuck its head out to grab the rabbit from Wen Youning's leg. Wen Youning was in the middle of petting the rabbit. What's wrong? The white lion ignored her, turned around and tossed the rabbit away. It couldn't see which direction it was thrown, how far it was thrown. It was just thrown away. Get away. Then the white lion turned its head back and lay down again on Wen Youning's leg. Puff! The rabbit fell onto the hay mat, lying on its back and blinking its eyes, eating from wherever it lay down, and as soon as it opened its mouth, there was another piece of hay. Delicious. Haha is suddenly turning hostile. White lion, here's a rabbit for you. Throw it, you're not allowed to pet the rabbit, only me. The desire for possession and the desire to share are in a fierce struggle, but in the end, the desire for possession slightly wins out. The rabbit really cracks me up. Do they understand hunger and fullness? Won't they really overeat and burst like this? Wen Youning looked at the big lion's head resting on her legs and couldn't help but pat it again and again. How could it be so cute? The lion actively leaned its head on me. Then I should pet it a bit more. Wen Youning hugged the lion and rubbed it. After wiping, the bloody smell on the lion diminished significantly, leaving only a faint tea scent from the disinfectant wipes. I should go find a comb. Wen Youning smoothed out the tangled fur. If it weren't for trimming it earlier, it felt like there would be nothing left if they cut any more. The fur on this side was also gone. Tap, 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 tap. Something hard is hitting the tiled floor, making a series of crisp sounds. Wen Youning looked up in confusion and saw a wild boar, entirely brownish-gray with 2 tusks on its snout, running past the glass wall in front of him. Stop, don't run. The staff and doctors were chasing from behind. It seems that during the ward round, it accidentally got out without being watched. The wild boar is not very large, and compared to the wild boars that grow wildly in the wild, it is a bit rounder. Apart from being a bit darker in color than domesticated pigs and having tusks, it is not much different from the fat pigs raised in pens. From this, it can be seen that the food in the park is really good. Huff, huff. Move aside, everyone. Whoever comes will die. The wild boar's heart voice sounds pretty fierce. They are actually much more ruthless than they appear. Even domestic pigs are strong and aggressive. In the countryside, people don't dare to let children play in the pig pen alone, fearing that if adults are not around, the pigs might eat the children. The white lion lives in a natural environment where wild boars are quite common and serve as a small snack. Male lions, when they are subadults, usually choose to hunt small wild boars for hunting practice. The corridor is circular, linking the wards along the way. Wen Youning watched the wild boars pass by in front of the glass wall for 2 laps. From the very beginning, there were doctors chasing behind, and later the wild boar ran off on its own. Ha, a bunch of fools. Shaking off the people, the wild boar ran as if it were frolicking. Yo! What are you looking at? The wild boar successfully escaped and stopped in front of the glass wall, staring at Wen Youning. I just found out that humans were spying, did you see it? Pig, you're dead. Let you know the power of pigs. Roar! As soon as the wild boar's challenging sound emerged, before any action could be taken, the white lion suddenly roared. Wen Youning only felt a lightness on her body, and almost the next moment, the white lion's figure appeared in front of the glass wall, its paw already smashing against the glass. Bang! With a loud bang, all the sound-activated lights on the entire floor lit up simultaneously. The fine cracks radiated outward from the position of the white lion's front paw, with the edges being shattered instantly. The white lion's suppressive force is deadly to wild boars. Adult wild boars would not be mad enough to provoke a white lion of such size, let alone the small wild boars raised in a zoo. Just now, the white lion was lying down, and with the small wild boar, the heavy and complex medicinal smell concealed the white lion's scent. Suddenly confronted by the white lion, the wild boar was directly stunned in place. Even the sound of calling disappeared. Be careful of your legs. Wen Youning hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to reach out to hug, but the white lion was too big. She wrapped her arms around the white lion, and her fingertips couldn't even touch each other. It's impossible to hold him, so we can only try to soothe and comfort the lion. Let's ignore it, be careful of the wound. The white lion moved too quickly, almost pouncing at the same time it roared. If it weren't for the glass in the middle, the wild boar would only be left with some indigestible fur by now. Come on, let's go watch the video. Wen Youning managed to calm down the white lion. Looking at this shattered glass wall. Well, actually the quality is not bad. Although it was smashed to pieces by the white lion's paw, at least it didn't shatter all over the ground. Through the gap in the middle, Zhao Zi and Wen Youning looked at each other. I'll compensate, Wen Youning said without hesitation. Just deduct it directly from my salary. If that's not enough, I'll make up the difference. No need, this is normal wear and tear. Zhao Zi picked up the wild boar. Sorry for the interruption. The wild boar that had just run away happily is now in his arms, its 4 legs stretched out, just like it was standing. Scared stiff. Almost scared to death. Besides the stomach having a bit of movement, the wild boar's eyes are no longer turning. Holding it in my hand feels like a large ice sculpture. The living pig is slightly dead. It seems like there's water on the ground. Did it get scared and pee? I hope a doctor will step forward. Otherwise, if it can't be cured, I can't imagine how devastated we will be after the wild boar recovers. Not bad, the hospital chose the toughest one to deal with. When it comes to looking for death, the wild boar really has a knack for it. Let me see the claws. Wen Youning pried open the white lion's claws. Roar, it was clear that this was very uncomfortable. Okay, let me take a look. What if there's a piece of glass stuck inside? Wen Youning said while comforting and checking. Although the white lion was growling unhappily, it did not pull its paw back and let it be examined. Wen Youning thought it was just being cute. The white lion was obviously just being cute. The rabbit in the ward was also scared to death by the suddenly violent white lion, directly hiding into the mat to eat grass, not even showing its head out. The white lion's meat pad has no visible debris. The glass quality is indeed good. I don't know when the staff will come to change it. She definitely needs to be present when the glass wall is changed for the white lion. Wen Youning thought for a moment and sent a message to Cai Yu on her phone. She did not have the contact information of the hospital director, and it was not appropriate to find someone to chat privately in the group chat where everyone was muted. After thinking it over, it was more reliable to ask acquaintances for information. Wen Youning took a photo of the glass wall with a shattered pattern and sent it. Can someone come to repair this today? Even though it hasn't collapsed now, it doesn't mean it won't explode later. It's quite difficult to clean up when glass shards are scattered everywhere. Especially since the white lion can't see at the moment. What if the shards fall inside and the white lion accidentally steps on them? Cai Yu, no problem, Teacher Wen. I've already contacted the engineering team. It's just a bit difficult to arrange the materials, but it should be installed this afternoon. The glass used in their zoo is already the top quality available on the market, but it is still a bit challenging to withstand the white lion. This glass window is convenient for observation, and with the cage, no one dares to let the white lion out, so the white lion can't hit the glass. But now, it's all that wild boar's fault. Why does it come back to provoke Teacher Wen for no reason? If it didn't provoke, the white lion would be lying there obediently, just like a sculpture. Cai Yu has confirmed that it's the wild boar's fault. The repair costs will be deducted from the wild boar's food expenses. Clumsy and loves to provoke. The white lion's throat constantly emits a purring sound, a dull noise that is not the typical purring of a feline needing, but rather a warning after a fight. It's fine, little one, it's already gone. Wen Youning rubbed the meat pad, as the white lion cannot see whether the wild boar is still there, and warned the opponent with its voice. Wen Youning cradled the white lion's head in her arms and said, "It's almost fainting from fright. Let's give it a break. What about you? Are you not going to sleep a bit more?" Just now during the live chat, the white lion was almost falling asleep. The most important thing for recovery is sufficient rest and a balanced diet. After eating meat, all that's left is to have a good sleep. The atmosphere was shattered by the wild boar. Woo-woo. No. Then let's not sleep, shall we watch some more videos? Let's connect the mic. Wen Youning opened the queue and checked who was next. Ling Yun, are you there? Ling Yun, I am. A request to join the microphone popped up, and Ling Yun quickly got on stage. Hello, Teacher Wen, and hello, White Lion. Hello. The girl asked with a smile. Teacher Wen, my cat is not sick, but I would like to ask you to help me translate what it's thinking. Is that okay? In fact, Wen Youning also works part-time as an animal voice translator. Sure. That's great, Ling Yun said excitedly, clenching his fist. I'm particularly busy this week. The trash company has been making me work overtime. I haven't been home for 2 days and my mom has been helping me take care of my furry baby. I can only watch it through the surveillance camera. Ling Yun moved quickly, bringing up the home surveillance and connecting. Let me tell you, Teacher Wen, I can visibly see my cat's mood getting lower and lower, its spirit waning. It must really miss me. I really want to know what it's thinking right now. With the boss absent, Ling Yun was carefully slacking off at work while on a video call. Every time I see it sitting at home alone, I feel really bad. I wonder if it can understand when I tell it I have to work overtime. If it doesn't understand, it must be waiting all night for me, hoping to know when I'll be back. As I spoke, my thoughts drifted back to those days of overtime, and I felt a bit choked up at the sound of Ling Yun's voice. The surveillance footage is in the living room. A British short-haired blue cat is lying on the sofa, turning its head to look when it hears the sound of the surveillance turning. How poor this little baby is. Is it waiting to hear its owner's voice? The kitten is waiting for its owner to come home. Boss, you've done so many bad things. It's over. I have a feeling that the next part will be particularly touching. I feel like I'll cry after Teacher Wen reads out the blue cat's heart. Sigh, the kitten doesn't understand work. It only knows that humans haven't come back to see it for a long time. Wah wah wah. Don't say any more, I just want to cry right now. Meow. Is it looking at the cat? Because I wanted Wen Youning to help read minds. Ling Yun didn't reply to his pet this time, afraid of disturbing Teacher Wen's train of thought, and tried to remain quiet. The British Shorthair saw that there was no response from the surveillance for a long time, so it lay back down, seeming to want to take a nap again. What time is it? If we wait a little longer, it will get brighter. What color was it again? Meow, it seems to be coming soon. No one is speaking in the live room. Only the bullet comments are rolling quickly. Wen Youning listened to the blue cat's heart voice, her expression somewhat strange. Ling Yun thought she was done reading minds and said softly, Is it thinking that I should hurry home? Wen Youning hesitated to speak. No, it seems to be waiting for a certain time, watching the sunlight to tell time. Seeing Teacher Wen so troubled, she must have thought a lot, right? The little cat that doesn't understand numbers is waiting for its mother while keeping watch over the sunset. I'm crying. The blue cat feels uncomfortable and naturally tends to think too much. Oh, fat baby, mommy is just out to earn money and will be back to hold you soon. Don't be sad. The British short-haired blue cat stood up and shook its fur. It's almost here. I won't let you come back. Meow wants you to regret it. Meow wants to use the litter box in front of the white box to annoy you. Wen Youning hissed lightly, unable to help but laugh. It seems like it's very angry that you didn't come back, and is preparing to go to the litter box in front of the white box to make you angry. Didn't you forbid it from using that spot before? The blue cat is probably intentionally stepping on the Ling Yun's minefield. The more you're not supposed to do something, the more you want to do it. What white box? Ling Yun listened in confusion, feeling like his brain was a bit out of sync. I don't have a white box at home. In the monitoring area, the blue cat left a view from behind, turning its back to the screen, looking a bit melancholic with its round figure. That's right, it's talking about the white box. Think about what looks like a white box at home. Wen Youning observed that the monitoring only followed the blue cat and couldn't scan other places. Lingyun started to worry. She must know what white boxes are in her own home. Especially since a white box, just by the name, can't be something too small. The larger the box, the more obvious the target is. She should remember it more clearly. Wen Youning's sudden question completely caught Lingyun off guard. Lingyun hadn't figured it out himself yet. The blue cat seemed to have noticed the time, jumping off the sofa, with the camera angle following it. The blue cat stopped in front of the white charging dock of the white robotic vacuum cleaner. Lingyun. Danmu. Lingyun's pupils shook. Teacher Wen, what did you just say it wants to do in front of the white box? Wen Youning raised her hand to cover her face. Go to the bathroom. After a moment, she also realized what the blue cat was waiting for. Does your robot vacuum have a scheduled cleaning feature? Once the time is up, it cleans the entire house and then returns to the charging station to recharge. This seems to be a basic feature that all robot vacuums on the market have. The cat doesn't know the exact time when cleaning starts, but it can rely on changes in light to anticipate when the robot vacuum will begin moving. That's quite clever too. Stop! Lingyun hurriedly opened the sound of the home surveillance. Stop! No, I will not allow it. Wen Youning, can you cancel the timer on your phone? Lingyun shook his head in a hurry. My home is an old model. It doesn't connect to the phone app. Don't move. The blue cat had just positioned itself when it was startled by the sudden sound, and with a swipe of its paw, it sent the surveillance camera spinning. The screen disappears. He stood up abruptly. Boss, I need to take a day off. Not approve, I'll split you. The live broadcast connection has been disconnected. The deafening shout disappeared in an instant. A series of ellipses floated across the live broadcast room. All right, you made me shed tears, huh? This kind of blue super fat cat is the worst. I can't even imagine how beautiful the scene would be if I come back late. How can the dead leg run faster? Wen Youning's fingertips curled around the hay, laughing as she fell back onto the white lion. Woo! Wen Youning hugged the white lion's neck and said, Don't whimper. The white lion licked its lips and tilted its head towards the ward door. Wen Youning rested her chin on the white lion's head and turned with it. Is there someone? Wen teacher, it's me. Zhao Ziyi's voice came from outside the door. It's nearly noon and it seems like you can't leave. I went to the hospital cafeteria to bring you some food. Do you want to eat a little first? Thank you. Wen Youning stood up and brushed off the hay on her body. You're welcome. Zhao Ziyi smiled. I didn't know what you liked, so I asked the hospital cafeteria to pack all the dishes prepared for today, and I combined a few boxes. The hospital cafeteria usually prepares no less than 20 kinds of dishes every day, with only 1 spoon of each type packed into 4 boxes, plus an additional box of rice. It's too much, I can't finish it. Wen Youning only took the rice, casually selected a box of dishes. This is enough. Zhao Ziyi insisted on handing over the remaining several boxes. You've tasted them all. Let me know which dish you like next time. Then I'll know what to get you. He put down the lunch box. I'll go contact the workers to replace the glass. Teacher Wen, you keep busy. Without waiting for Wen Youning to respond, he hurried off to get busy with work. Wen Youning looked at the few boxes of dishes and felt that it would be enough for dinner. She didn't rush to bring in the food but moved the horizontal table from the partition in first, using it as a dining table. In the unfurnished ward, it wasn't appropriate to place the dishes on the floor to eat. The horizontal table is somewhat like a bed tray, with a height of less than half that of a normal table. The white lion lay quietly on one side of the ward, with its erect ears listening carefully to the sounds outside. Wen Youning placed the horizontal table in front of the white lion. She sat in between the table and the white lion, able to touch the white lion's head with a lift of her hand. Pure natural white lion sofa, soft and skin-friendly, gentle temperament, link 1. Those who want it can place an order directly. Huh, what do you mean by not being able to say the link? Can't the family afford it? Treating the white lion as a sofa. Am I eating while the white lion is eating me? Painless entry to the belly. There should be some vegetarian dishes on that table. I use too much oil. Let the white lion have a bite of clean, vegetable oil. The white lion smelled the aroma of the food, a scent completely unfamiliar to wild animals. Having prepared the leftover dishes for dinner, Wen Youning opened several boxes of food and arranged them on the table, saying, "Come and see how the hospital cafeteria's food tastes." There are many cafeterias in the zoo, and the employees of the park can go in and order food using their work ID without having to spend extra money, as the park reimburses them. There are staff canteens everywhere, basically divided by the park area. It was Wen Youning's first time eating in a canteen, and the food tasted pretty good. You can taste the freshness of the ingredients. Wen Youning picked up a piece of fried chicken and said, "Do you want to have a taste?" When the white lion approached with its nose sniffing, she quickly withdrew her chopsticks and put the chicken piece in her mouth. Hee, not letting you taste it. The sweet and spicy chicken pieces are heavy in oil, salt, and sugar and mildly spicy, which are not suitable for sick patients to eat, let alone for small animal patients. Their food needs to be more refined. Roar! The white lion turned its head, bared its teeth, and opened its mouth to bite, but after really biting, it froze and quickly released its mouth. It's the table. When Youning patted the white lion, it didn't bite me. The white lion paused and said, "Woo. What a pity. Wen Youning. What a pity you didn't bite me." Wen Youning smiled and put down her rice, pretending to punch the white lion on the head. "Here's a punch for you. Did you see that? This woman dared to hit a lion. The white lion is so calm, haha. Did it just think it accidentally bit Teacher Wen and got startled, so it let go? So cute, it warms my heart. I've decided to pay off all my overdue credit card and Huabei loans. You better not do anything stupid, bro." With a light punch, the white lion felt nothing. Wen Youning sat cross-legged, and the white lion nudged over, resting its head on her lap. Not being able to see, relying solely on smell to perceive human presence feels a bit too weak. Touch adds a more tangible feeling. Wen Youning held the food and lifted her hand to create space for the white lion to squeeze in. Her arm fell just right to rest on the lion's head. Having a support was quite effortless. The soft mat on the ground was filled with insect larvae, with things moving from the front to the back and finally crawling out from a hole in the corner. The white rabbit leaned against the corner of a horn, forgetting to chew on the hay that was clamped between its three-petaled mouth. "It smells so good. Aren't you full yet?" When Youning looked at the rabbit's protruding belly. Rabbits know when they're hungry and when they're full. She pushed the minced garlic aside from the stir-fried broccoli, which had very little oil to begin with, rubbing it on the lid of the lunchbox. "I'll share a piece with you. Stir-fried greens are relatively light. Heavy meat dishes could be alleviated by the greens." The rabbit suddenly stood up and said, "For the rabbit." It rushed over, bit the broccoli on the table corner and ran away. Wen Youning reminded, "Don't go inside to eat, don't dirty the mat." Squeak. The rabbit carried the broccoli back to its corner, holding it with its front paws, nibbling away. The portion is large. Wen Youning hardly ate any of the food in her lunch box. She closed the lunch box and opened the accompanying juice. Ding! You have received a friend request from the group chat. Friend. Wen Youning opened it to see that the friend request note read, Zhao Zi. It should have been added by the work group. After successfully adding, Zhao Zi sent a message. Teacher Wen, there has been a situation with the platypus at our city's Xinglong Zoo. Do you have time to come and take a look? Today, the hospital corridor was crowded with so many animal doctors, partly out of curiosity about how to suture a white lion without anesthesia, and partly to borrow people. Wen Youning thought for a moment and replied to the white lion by typing, "Emergency." Zhao Zi, no, according to their doctor, the situation has been going on for almost a week. Wen Youning, then I'll wait until noon to change Baishi's medicine before I go over. It's just the time when the workers are coming to install the new glass. After changing the medicine, Baishi should be about ready to sleep. Zhao Zi, okay. Afternoon. By the time the repairman arrived, Wen Youning was already leaning against the white lion and almost falling asleep. The comfortable and warm environment, coupled with a bit of post-meal drowsiness, made it very suitable to lie down and take a nap. Wen Youning was awakened by the sudden movement of the white lion. As soon as she opened her eyes, 3 or 4 repair workers were looking in through the cracks in the broken glass. Wen Youning rubbed the white lion. "Good boy, you continue to sleep, I'll take a look." She shouted, "Do we need to come in to remove the glass?" "You have to go in." The workers stood outside as soon as they arrived, and no one dared to be the first to go in and dismantle the glass. Although they were told in advance that they would encounter a wild white lion, no one mentioned that it would not be kept in a cage. The cage that used to hold the white lion seems to have gone missing, and it's hard to find it back quickly, so, in a hurry, we can only borrow a cage from the tiger park. Mainly, we didn't expect that the white lion would need to interact with others afterwards. The glass breaking was purely an accident. Wen Youning directly said, "I'll disassemble the inside, you all inform me from the outside about what to do. Bring the tools over here." She pointed to the side compartment. Okay, someone helped, and the worker also breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Youning laid a mat on the ground to catch the broken glass. For safety, Wen Youning knocked from the inside outward, trying to make the broken glass fall outside. A small amount that falls in can also be scooped up with the mat for easy disposal. The white lion listened to the clanging sound from behind, with its ears twitching occasionally. Wen Youning was knocking very carefully to avoid a large piece of glass collapsing all at once. If she applied too much force, the glass could shatter on the ground and splatter, making it quite troublesome to clean up. While she was knocking, she felt her elbow being brushed against. Wen Youning did not lift her head, and her elbow rubbed against the white lion's head. "You should lie down and be careful of the glass shards falling on you." "What? Help!" "No, no, no." Wen Youning put down the tool in her hand and pushed the white lion back. "You can't help." Roar! The white lion flicked its tail and squatted steadily in front of the glass wall without moving. The close-range roar of the lion made the workers outside tremble, their teeth uncontrollably chattering. The white lion suddenly turned its head, roar. "Ah!" Through the glass, the workers stepped back in fright. Roar! Roar! The white lion's probing roar grew increasingly resolute. Wen Youning hugged the white lion's neck and said, "That's too much, why are you so bad?" Roar! The white lion roared at Wen Youning, only to have its ears rubbed back. "Ha ha ha, white lion, this is fun. So cute, if I were on site I would shout at the white lion. Anyway, with Teacher Wen around, it definitely won't show off on me, hee hee. So cute, the Lion King is also a big cat. Since it's a cat I can pet it." Wen Youning hugged the white lion and rubbed it, making it purr loudly. "Go lie down, and I'll play with you after the glass is replaced." The white lion shook its fur and said, "Roar." "Remove the glass. The wall in front of me has been cleared, and the glass shards inside have been cleaned out along the edge about knee-high." When the worker arrived, they brought a replacement piece of glass. After cleaning it thoroughly, the installation becomes much simpler. Just slot it into the reserved gap properly. Wen Youning rolled up the mat on the ground to pick up the glass shards carefully and took it outside. Turning around, she squatted down beside the glass wall, pressed her hand on the mat and felt her way over, especially in the corners and gaps, confirming there were no glass shards. Thank you for the trouble with the inner film. The worker outside peeled off the film and the glass was still foggy. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Wen Youning pinched a corner to tear it open. The quality of the film on the glass was excellent and it felt very elastic, not tearing no matter how it was pulled. Without this layer of film, the glass was clean and clear, making the view feel much more expansive than before. Wen Youning picked up the live streaming device in follow mode and aimed it at the glass in front of her. This glass is so clear. It looks like there's nothing there unless you get close. Whoa! Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and smiled as she sat beside the white lion. Did you see it? And then you went, The white lion snorted. Wen Youning checked the new bandage on the white lion's eyes and looked at the stitched wound on its leg. Absorbable sutures were used, so there's no need to remove stitches, saving it from suffering more. All right, I'm leaving now. Wen Youning cradled the big lion's head. I'll come back tonight to change your medicine again. Is there anything you want to eat? Did you particularly like any flavors of the meat you had before? I'll bring more next time. Roar! The white lion shook its head, seemingly still uninterested in the meat. Wen Youning picked up her things and said, "Then I'm off." The white lion lay on the ground, ignoring everything. Wen Youning walked into the partition, and as she habitually raised her hand to throw away medical waste, her left hand lifted up. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly adjusted, just saving the live streaming equipment that almost went into the trash can. It was only then that she remembered she hadn't taken out the trash. Wen Youning turned around and through the observation window on the door of the partition, she saw the white lion lying on the ground sleeping, standing in front of the door. The observation window is too high, and because of the angle, she can't see what the white lion is doing right now. She can only see its wagging tail. Let's go. If you're going, then go. Whatever. I don't care. PCA. Wen Youning, do you really not care? Roar. The sudden sound made the white lion roar. Wen Youning explained as she blocked the gap in the door, I forgot to take out the trash. The white lion guarding the door turned around without hesitation. Its injured hind leg didn't stumble at all, just shy of running back to where it had just been lying down. Ah, how contradictory, baby. Aren't you going to leave a kiss for it? Isn't this a kiss? Kiss bawled. I testify. When Teacher Wen turned around, the white lion was always looking in that direction. Although its eyes were not visible, there was a clear action of turning its head. Wen Youning walked up to the white lion, and the sound of her footsteps made the white lion twitch its paws, lying down on the ground unhappily. She gave its fuzzy head a heavy kiss and said, I'll come over tonight, it won't be long. The white lion felt the presence of a human approaching, and its tail, which was hanging down behind it, became stiff. Wen Youning rubbed its head, and a message from Zhao Zi came through again, confirming the time for the appointment. I'm really leaving this time. Roar! The white lion flicked its tail, and the drooping tail was lifted again. The boxed meal was left in the compartment. Wen Youning went out, and Zhao Ziyi was already downstairs. Zhao Zi opened the car door and said, Teacher Wen, I can't get away from the meeting at the bird park. I'll drive you to Xinglong. Okay. Wen Youning sat in the passenger seat and asked, what are the symptoms of a platypus? Can I see the case? These are the documents I requested from over there. All 3 folders are here. Zhao Zi had prepared these materials in advance. Originally, I wanted to see if this kind of small issue could be resolved by other doctors in the garden, but based on the various test data, It seems to have exceeded their scope of handling. Wen Youning fastened her seatbelt and flipped through the files in the order they were labeled. Have multiple platypuses suddenly started screaming for no reason? Wen Youning wondered. Have you checked the water supply? We have checked. The water the platypuses usually drink comes from the artificial ponds within the park, and tests showed no issues. The food is good too. Zhao Zi almost couldn't help but laugh when she heard the doctor on the other side explain the specifics. Sometimes it happens during the day, sometimes at midnight, and we checked all the surveillance but found no problems. The psychologist said it might be scared by something, like large predators such as lions or tigers, leaving a psychological shadow. Wen Youning nodded, thinking that these data don't reveal much. It's better to see the platypus's specific situation on site. Zhao Zi drove out of the zoo. Xinglong Zoo is a bit far from us. Let's go get some gas first. It is called the neighboring zoo because there are only 2 zoos in the entire A city, which is why it's referred to like that. It's not because the 2 zoos are next to each other. To be precise, the 2 zoos are still in a competitive relationship. It is quite common for them to loan out veterinary staff, and the compensation is generous. As long as there are no very sharp conflicts, they will agree to the loan. After all, who can guarantee that the animals in their park will not develop any rare diseases in their lifetime? The car drives into the gas station. Zhao Zi unbuckled her seatbelt and said, "Teacher Wen, go inside and have a drink and sit for a while. It will be over soon." Wen Youning also got out of the car, but instead of going inside, she took the live streaming equipment and casually filmed the surrounding scenery. Look, this view is nice, just right to increase the live streaming duration. What a beautiful view. Wait, what did you say? So you're not even going to act, huh? Showing your true colors of slacking off. The scenery is also very nice. It would be even better if the white lion could come out to stroll around. The white lion cannot come out yet. The zoo will likely designate a separate area for the white lion. Wen Youning thought about the information on the area. There is no lion area, so they will probably choose one from the empty areas to send the white lion there. Upon thinking of this, Wen Youning was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Isn't the staff dormitory she is currently living in just empty? How coincidental. Wen Youning opened the chat box to contact the principal, discussing the whereabouts of the white lion after its discharge. Hey, can you move away? Mom, Diddy is throwing bugs on my bed again. The boy pushed his wheelchair out of the convenience store behind the gas station. I just wanted to take a nap. If I hadn't woken up quickly, those bugs would have crawled on my face. Wen Youning paused for a moment, looked up at the convenience store, and saw a boy in a wheelchair just sliding down the slope, with a white poodle chasing after him holding something in its mouth. Woof! Don't run, don't run. Just eat it, why don't you eat it, woof? The poodle is very anxious, eager to jump into the wheelchair and feed its owner whatever is in its mouth. Don't come over. The boy screamed in fear while pushing it away with his hands. I don't eat bugs. Woof! Eat! The mom in her work uniform glanced at him and said, Go back inside, don't disturb my work. The boy sighed and shook the toy poodle in his arms. Do you want to kill me? Ha from the fluffy affection. My cat often brings me gifts too. The feeling of waking up to find cockroaches and mice at the bedside. Who understands what it's like in my family? It's recommended to pick and eat the cicadas, so the cat thinks you like cicadas, and in the future it will only catch cicadas and not other things. During the push from the boy, the bug in the VIP's mouth was not bitten off and fell out. It hurriedly lowered its head to pick it up again. That bug, Wen Youning asked as she approached, can I take a look? Huh? The boy sitting in a wheelchair looked up in confusion, looking at a bug. What kind of hobby is this? Woof! I'm not showing it. The VIP still wants to bark a couple of times while holding the bug. This is good stuff for treating legs. This human definitely wants to steal it. Master, hurry and eat. It's going to be stolen by humans, woof. The VIP, who was originally very anxious, is now so anxious that they're starting to pace in circles. Why are you being dumb? She wants to see it, so just show it to her. The boy, clearly exhausted by the dog and the bug, said, You treat a mere bug like a treasure. Woof. Are you stupid? Wen Youning said, That bug should be able to heal fractures. Huh, heal fractures? The boy helplessly patted his leg. Yes, indeed it caused my fracture. This leg was harmed by that broken bug. Are bugs eaten to heal fractures? Hiss, does the bug treat fractures or cause them? I don't understand. This is a bit outside her knowledge. When Youning was suspicious, how can eating insects cause a fracture? I didn't eat any. I originally only had a fracture in my left leg, but the day before yesterday when I opened my eyes, I came face to face with a bug, and I was so scared that I fell out of bed. The boy said halfway through, then slapped his thigh. And then my other leg ended up like this. Wen Youning. VIP, woof woof woof. Can we blame Wang for this? Silly dog, still barking. The boy was afraid it would make him collapse on the bed again. Harmful dog. Woof 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 woof. The poodle got so angry that it put the insect on the ground and started barking at it. Just eat it and it'll be fine. What are you shouting for, fool, idiot? You eat it and then spit it out. If I'm not mistaken, that bug should be a soil-dwelling insect. Wen Youning confirmed, speaking about the bug, soil-dwelling insects can be used in medicine to treat blood stagnation, menstrual disorders, abdominal pain due to blood stasis, and injuries. Ground into powder and taken in capsules under a doctor's guidance, they can indeed help treat fractures. Woof, the poodle's ears perked up. You know it's a woof. Do you understand, Wang? The distinguished guest happily spins around in place. Then I'll give you some to eat. The distinguished guest generously picked up the soil bug, a good thing for knowledgeable humans. Haha, I won't eat it, thank you. He probably can't eat it either. Wen Youning said, authentic earthworms have strong medicinal value, and the price of non-farm-raised earthworms is very high, basically dozens of times that of farm-raised ones. A pound costs 600 or 700 and you still can't buy them. What the heck, this isn't a bug, this is money. The search came back. It is indeed an earthworm, quite impressive. The boy seemed a bit unconvinced. Don't mess around. Wen Youning picked up a twig and pushed the earthworm on the ground towards him. You can search for it yourself. No need for reminders. The boy had already taken out his phone to search for pictures on an app outside. Farmed ones weigh 50 to 61 jin, but he had no idea how to identify the wild ones. But it really was an earthworm. Just this alone was enough to shock him. The boy snapped his fingers and said, That's right. Dai Dai's previous owner was a doctor at a Chinese medicine hospital who found them after immigrating. He exclaimed, Dai Dai, you really understand. Woof. The poodle proudly puffed out its chest and thought, Isn't that obvious, woof? Dai Dai, I think I should call you Dai Dai. I seem to have seen this kind of bug before. I thought it was a stinky big sister. I didn't dare to touch it for fear of killing it, so I threw it out. This dog has mixed up all the knowledge it learned. Wen Youning reminded, although it is indeed a chrysomelid beetle, it's best not to eat it casually. You can save it for now and consult a doctor first. Okay, the boy joyfully hugged the poodle and repeatedly said, I know, thank you. Seeing the appearance of this chrysomelid beetle, he knew it was very expensive traditional Chinese medicine, so he didn't dare to eat it directly. Teacher Wen, the oil has been added. Zhao Zi didn't know what was happening and came over to see the boy kissing the dog vigorously, which he didn't understand but was deeply shocked. Woof. Are you leaving, human? The guest struggles out of the boy's arms. Woof woof. Woof, let's go together. Find a new adopter for Woof. This person doesn't deserve to keep Woof. Hey, where are you going, Dada? The boy found himself empty-handed as Dadai had already run over to cling to Wen Youning. Dadai, don't run. The boy pushed the wheelchair forward, pulling Dadai back. Come here and give your brother a kiss. Woof. Get lost. The disdain of the honored guest is written all over their face. I was wrong. I wrongly accused you. I have come to realize my mistake. Please give me another chance. The boy could sense the honored guest's emotions and hurriedly comforted them. Woof. HMPH, it's good that you know you were wrong. Wen Youning waved at the little dog with soft fur. Goodbye. Woof. Goodbye. Woof can't stand this silly person anymore. Remember to help Woof find a new adopter. The kind dog can still tolerate it for a while. The two zoos in City A are located one to the south and one to the north. They are almost at the two extremes of City A, symmetrically positioned. However, this also makes it convenient for tourists to choose the closer zoo to visit. The viewing mode of Xinglong Zoo is more immersive, allowing visitors to drive into the Tiger Park, which is larger in area and scale. Walking along the paths in the zoo, Wen Youning felt that the foot traffic was far less than that of the zoo she was in. The platypus is over here. Let's go directly. Each time a doctor is temporarily assigned, it is almost always Zhao Zi leading the team, so she is familiar with the roads to nearby zoos, having personally walked through them several times. Okay, Wen Youning walked along the path, with the peacock enclosure on her right. Peacocks are all free-range, and visitors can buy tickets to get close to the peacocks and even feed them. The green peacock struts slowly within the park, dragging its long and beautifully elaborate tail feathers. With many people feeding them, they can choose what they like to eat. The white peacock is relatively rare in color. Strictly speaking, the white peacock is not a distinct species, but a mutation of the Indian peacock. Entirely snow white with feathers free of mixed colors, the only exception being its red eyes. The white peacock did not walk into the crowd but instead leisurely strolled along the edge of the park. Nevertheless, many people's phones and gazes were directed at the white peacock. Chirp! As it brushed past Wen Youning, the white peacock caught a whiff of the white lion's scent and instinctively sidestepped, shaking its wings as if to prepare for a fight. However, upon a closer sniff, it seemed that something was amiss. The white peacock blinked its red eyes and turned its head to chase after. Chirp! Fragrant fierce. Fierce, a white lion. Wen Youning couldn't smell it herself, but she thought the ward was filled with the smell of medicine, which would mask the scent of the white lion. She didn't expect it to be detected by the white peacock. Perhaps it is also related to the sensitivity of the animal's own sense of smell. Some slow-reacting individuals find it hard to distinguish complex smells, just like that wild boar that was too scared to move. The white peacock shook its head. Who cares? Chirp! You look great. Humans who are both beautiful and fragrant I like. Thank you, Wen Youning smiled with her eyes. You are also very beautiful. Without discussing the peacock perspective, from a human viewpoint, the appearance of the white peacock is top-notch, its eyes like the finishing touch of a splash of red in the snow, bringing the exquisite fairy spirit to life. The white peacock poked its head out from the bars. Cheap. You understand. The bird likes you. Don't go, stop. The white peacock is chasing Wen Youning inside, trying several times to jump out from the fence for interaction. But most peacocks have lost their ability to fly, and the fence is specifically designed to block the peacocks. After struggling for a long time, it could only chase Wen Youning around inside. The manager of the Peacock Park came over to stop him. Go back. Protecting the visitors is one aspect, but on the other hand, the Peacock Park relies on interaction with the peacocks to generate income. The peacocks stretch their necks trying to reach outside. If the visitors have all interacted outside, who would still buy tickets to enter the park? And if they don't come in, who would buy food to feed the peacocks? If you don't hold back a bit, how much less would you earn? Jeeba, you're everywhere. The white peacock knocked him aside, turned its head, and pecked out a bag of bird food from a row hanging at the administrator's waist. It turned its head and handed it to Wen Youning. Woo. One bag, do you want to feed the birds? Seeing that the white peacock was having a hard time chasing, Wen Youning simply stopped and took the bird food, scanned the code. The administrator who came up hesitated for a moment. You can only feed them after entering the park. Let's scan the code together. Okay, the administrator handed over the QR code. Chirp, the white peacock bumped into him. You're everywhere. I'm so annoyed by the bird. Beautiful sister, don't mind him, just watch the bird. Wen Youning poured the bird food into her hand, and the white peacock lowered its head to peck a bite, then lifted its head, opening and closing its beak to swallow the bird food. Hungry, how could it be so clever? Ha, actively pulling others to earn food money. The feathers on the head of the white peacock swayed as it turned. Chirp. Do you like it? I like it. The white peacock seriously ate the food, and Wen Youning couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the barrage of comments, she poured more bird feed into her hand and explained, it's not about making money from the feed, because when tourists come to feed the peacocks eat the feed and the tourists are all very happy. It makes me happy too. Jeeba. Yes, happy. In a crowded park, the animals are not lacking for food at all. I can't eat anymore because I'm too full. A bag of bird food contains very little, basically just enough for an adult peacock to take a few bites. After all, one bag is enough to feed them, and the remaining bird food isn't eaten by the peacocks and isn't easy to sell. After finishing the bird food, Wen Youning clapped her hands and said, all right, you can go back inside now. The white peacock lowered its head and rubbed against her hand. Cheap. Look. It took a few steps back. Its tail feathers shook and slowly lifted, elegantly unfurling little by little into a semicircle. Under the sunlight, it looked exquisite and beautiful. The white peacock spread its tail. Look. The sound of mobile phones and camera shutters keeps clicking. Caw. The administrator heard the noise and went over to maintain order. Lower the shutter sound. Make sure the flash is all turned off before taking pictures of the animals. Everyone check for themselves. It's so proactive. This is so beautiful. The angle is too far away. Can we see Teacher Wen from a first-person perspective? The peacock just casually spread its feathers. Haha, it really likes our Teacher Wen. Zhao Zi stood aside like an NPC, while the white peacock spread its feathers and moved, occasionally twisting to fully display its tail, then turned and faced Zhao Zi. The white peacock paused, folded its feathers, and stepped around to return to Wen Youning and continue to display its feathers. Ju, do you like it? I like it. Wen Youning clapped, it's very beautiful. The praised white peacock happily turned its head and pecked at a tail feather. Chew. For you. Wen Youning was taken aback. Administrator. The white peacock tilted its head as it saw Wen Youning not responding quickly. Chirp. Don't like this color. It dropped its white tail feathers and ran inside. Wait, the bird will be back soon. What? You go. Wen Youning picked up the tail feather and was about to ask when she saw the white peacock rush behind the green peacock and peck down. Chirp. The green peacock cried out loudly after being pecked while eating. The white peacock didn't care. On its way back after pecking, it encountered the blue peacock sleeping and took another peck. The blue peacock suddenly opened its eyes, feeling a bit cold. Chirp, the white peacock returned with a full load and happily handed over 2 tail feathers. Thank you. Wen Youning took it but still asked, can this be taken away? The administrator hesitated for a moment. According to the rules, feathers that fall from peacocks and those that peacocks voluntarily bring to give away can be taken by visitors. They also specifically provide a place to process the feathers into handicrafts. But it is. The peacock is giving away the feathers of other peacocks. This isn't written in the rules either. Jeeba. Sure. The white peacock lifted its wings and fanned them at the administrator. Hurry up and agree. Are you mute? Hey, why are you hitting me? The administrator dodged back. You can take the feathers. There are crafts processing in the garden. If you're interested, you can turn the peacock feathers into handicrafts. Wen Youning nodded. Maybe next time. She waved the feather in her hand. I'm leaving now. Thank you for the feathers. Jeeba. You're welcome. The white peacock followed a long chirp. Will you miss me? Will you come again next time? Will you come to see me? The white peacock is chirping nonstop, and Wen Youning smiles and says, yes, I will come, of course. The key point is that every sentence has a response. Jeeba. Yay. I am a professional peacock language translator. The white peacock is asking, will you buy me? Will you hold me now? Being a professional translator, I have to believe that. Pass it on. Teacher Wen wants to raise white peacocks. I know Teacher Wen wants to acquire the zoo. I had a rewarding experience as soon as I entered the park. The peacock's tail feathers are very long. I don't know which one the white peacock is pulling. Zhao Zi has walked this path no less than 10 times, occasionally seeing a white peacock, but most of the time, the white peacock prefers to ignore her and stays in the corner aloof. Who gets treated like Wen Youning? It's always about giving food and feathers. Zhao Zi vaguely understood the sense of disparity that Qian Yu spoke of. Hiss, I didn't feel anything when I passed by the peacock earlier. Wen Youning, isn't the platypus over here? She pointed to the sign on the right, labeled with raccoon and platypus areas. Is this not correct? Ah, it's correct. I took the wrong turn. Zhao Zi, lost in thought, turned and said, let's go. The platypuses are ill in groups. All the doctors from the zoo have come to understand the situation. They could not find the cause of the illness and could not treat it, so they sought help from another park. Currently, the platypus exhibit is closed to the public. Following the signs, there is a wooden board standing alone at the front. Due to unavoidable circumstances, the platypus exhibit is temporarily closed to the public. Please continue straight to the raccoon exhibit. Thank you for your cooperation. As I got closer, I could faintly hear someone talking. Wen Youning said, the platypus is quite quiet. I didn't hear the strange calls mentioned in the case. Zhao Zi nodded. Indeed. It's also because sometimes it's noisy and sometimes silent, which makes it hard to determine the cause of the illness. In the park, the platypuses are sprawled out in various positions. The doctor, dressed in a white coat with gloves and a mask, moves among the platypus group. Whenever a platypus calls out, the doctor can rush over to examine it immediately. Hello, Zhao Zi knocked on the door. We are from the Prosperous Wildlife Park. Brother Zhao, the doctor inside, recognizing him, stood up to greet. You're here. Well, your team leader went to seek help from us early in the morning, and Teacher Wen has brought it to you. Zhao Zi stepped aside to make room. Hello, Teacher Wen. Hello, Teacher Wen. The greetings from behind came one after another. Almost everyone present had seen the video of Qian Yu Fa saving the white lion with Wen Youning. The white lion was first brought to their zoo, but since the doctors were unable to treat it, it was later transferred to the Prosperous Zoo. They know better than anyone how fierce it is. Therefore, in their eyes, Wen Youning, who successfully treated the white lion, holds an incredibly high status. There's a feeling of leaders inspecting work. Ha ha ha, it's fine that the little animals are captivated by my Teacher Wen's charm, but what's up with all of you? Teacher Wen, do you have any idea what illness the platypus has? Can it be treated? Is there any hope? They look so exhausted every time they get sick, it's really hard to watch. Everyone rushed over, and Zhao Zi stood in front of Wen Youning, organizing the discipline. Zhao Zi, don't rush, let's ask one by one. First let Teacher Wen take a look at the platypus. What are you all arguing about? I could hear it from the back of the park. The man frowned as he walked through the door between the two parks. I just held the raccoon for a bit, and since the platypus hasn't moved, you all started shouting. Is it that annoying? AI Zhang. Zhao Zi looked him up and down, an old acquaintance. I thought you had left the veterinary psychological treatment industry. Turns out you've just moved to a different park as a psychologist. What, are people dismissed from your zoo not allowed to find new jobs? AI Zhang rolled his eyes at him. You're here with that's someone, right? AI Zhang said impatiently. Tusk, I already told the director that the platypus was just scared by a mineral water bottle thrown by a visitor. It just needs a few days to calm down. Why do they have to find some temporary transfer? Isn't this just idleness? He rolled his eyes at his colleague in the park. I've calmed all the platypuses in the garden. Why look for someone else? What does that mean? Wen Youning listened to the apparent animosity between the two and, leaving the venue to Zhao Ziyi, planned to first check on the situation with the platypus. Hey you, don't move, AI Zhang hurriedly stopped her. He harbored strong hostility towards Wen Youning, who was encroaching on his work. What kind of mind-reading animal talking are you doing? Just trick those brainless people online. You should know where this is. Every random person here with a master's in veterinary medicine is stronger than you. Just don't embarrass yourself here. Zhao Ziyi spoke in a bland tone, explaining to Wen Youning. AI Zhang only looks impressive because of his academic qualifications and his mentor's high standing in the industry. Previously, when he interviewed at our place, he was all about basic theory with no extensions. He treated illness like reading from a book, which was of no use at all, arrogant and boastful. He was eventually fired by the director. I didn't expect him to end up here. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows. Is that so? Are you talking about me? AI Zhang frowned sensitively. You don't need to worry about that. You can leave now. Speaking of mind reading, I have a professional psychological counseling certificate. I understand animal psychology better than you. Creak. The door that was slightly ajar behind was pushed open, and a raccoon with gray fur and black stripes ran out holding a cup. The cotton candy is gone. Put it in the cup and rub it with your claws and it's gone. AI Zhang, little bear. The raccoon ran all the way to AI Zhang and raised the cup. Woo. There's none left. AI Zhang looked at the raccoon, his eyes slanting towards Wen Youning and Zhao Ziyi, and smiled. Look, this raccoon I take care of is really good to me. It even fetches water for me. Wen Youning recalled that the raccoon had a habit of soaking anything it grabbed in water before cleaning it, and said, You'd better not drink that cup of water. Why not? AI Zhang's expression changed. Are you jealous because of my good relationship with the animals? I will drink it. Originally just showing off, AI Zhang gulped it down in one go upon hearing this. Even the raccoon was stunned by it. AI Zhang gulped down several times. The big cup was empty. HMPH. I've finished drinking. What now? Being jealous is useless. Wen Youning asked, is it sweet? AI Zhang, of course it's sweet. Wen Youning's lips slowly curved up. Sweet is just right. AI Zhang smacked her lips, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Wen Youning lightly tilted her chin. The raccoon is washing the cotton candy with a cup. AI Zhang. Danmo. The raccoon's paw-washing water. It's been said that it's best not to drink it. Wen Youning smiled lightly. I got anxious. Ha-ha, that spot at the bottom isn't something I saw wrong, it's mud. This greedy little guy. Is it still sweet? I ask you if it's still sweet, speak up. AI Zhang's face turned ashen. That cloying sweetness, different from the inherent sweetness of the water, made his throat tighten, and he almost gagged instinctively, but he forcefully suppressed it. AI Zhang casually handed the large cup to the raccoon, smirking slightly, and said, Are you acting again? Talking about hand-washing water as if you saw it live. Are you jealous of the good relationship I have with the raccoon? Ah, ow. The raccoon looked at the empty cup it had brought over, feeling aggrieved as it clutched its paws. There's none left. Couldn't find the cotton candy, and the water is gone too. Candy, the bear's water, woo-woo. Not a drop, not a single drop. It's all gone. The raccoon turned the big cup upside down, shook it hard a couple of times, and only a little mud fell out. Suddenly, its aggrieved heart sounded an echo, and it was already in tears. Roar! The raccoon, furious, flung the cup with a bang and bit at Ai Zhang's leg. Ah, hiss! Ai Zhang winced in pain and instinctively kicked, resulting in the raccoon being lifted while clinging to his leg with its claws still tightly hanging on. The raccoon looked chubby and soft, making it seem easy to bully, but it was not at all inferior when it came to biting people. Hey, you can't bite, let go quickly. It's over. Did the protective boot get bitten through? If it's bleeding, I need to get vaccinated. Ai Zhang still wanted to say something, but before a word could be spoken, he was dragged by a colleague to the hospital. Someone was blocking. The raccoon couldn't squeeze in for a second bite, seeing a human walking towards itself. It simply ran away, not wanting to be hugged by the human. As I turned around, I saw the big cup shattered into several pieces on the ground, and I suddenly felt a wave of sadness. My cup is gone. Oh no. Now it's really all gone. Ah woo, the raccoon sat down with a thud. Raccoon, the sky is falling. Stubborn, a grown person stealing the raccoon's food. Ha, raccoon, help me check. Ai Zhang, it likes me. Wen Youning patted her pocket. She usually keeps some food like jerky and candy in her pocket when taking care of small animals. Today, I won't need these for taking care of the white lion. I left in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. Wen Youning asked, do you have any candy? Candy? Zhao Zi was puzzled and reached into his pocket. Is mint candy okay? The refreshing mint candy is also sweet. Okay. Wen Youning took the tin box with mint candy, squatted down and waved her hand to the raccoon. Come here, little guy. The raccoon sniffed. What? Here is some candy. Wen Youning shook the candy box, the candies clinking against the iron box with a light ding-ding. It's a bit cold to eat, but it's still sweet. The raccoon stood up and walked towards Wen Youning, raising its paw. Ah. Try it first to see if it suits your taste. If you like it, you can have them all. Wen Youning poured out the candies and placed them in its paw. The raccoon held the much smaller mint candy in both paws, looking around for a water source, then trotted off to the platypus's pond to wash it. The clean and fluffy one. Haha, what will I do if I wash away my cotton candy and also dissolve the mint candy later? Why do raccoons wash their food? Are they that hygienic? Wen Youning covered the mint candy and said, because water can help them distinguish what they have in their hands. Raccoons wash anything they get their hands on, not out of habit or a desire for cleanliness, but purely because their eyesight is poor and they rely on their paws to determine objects. However, since they walk on their paws, the thick keratin layer reduces their sensitivity to objects. Therefore, putting something into the water to rub it can soften the keratin layer, making it easier for raccoons to identify it. Mint candy is compressed candy made from powdered sugar. A simple wash will not cause it to dissolve completely like cotton candy. At most, it will sustain some surface damage. After washing, the raccoon happily holds the mint candy in its two paws and brings it to its mouth. The cool mint flavor makes the raccoon squint its eyes. I like it. It's delicious. The raccoon's grayish tail sways back and forth. The platypus showed no surprise when it saw the raccoon drinking from its water pool. The two parks were separated by a wall, so it must have seen it before. Suddenly, the platypus lying on the ground became rigid and raised its head, whining, yuya. It's coming again. Help, whining. A sudden, anguished cry drew the attention of all the platypuses in the park. After the brief cry, the platypus's head hung down, and with a thud, it fell to the ground, its exhausted paws twitching. The park's doctor hurried over to check on the platypus. That's right, said the doctor next to Wen Youning. This is just one. It was making sounds very frequently around 8 or 9 o'clock last night. Staring at this scene late at night, recalling what happened last night is simply baffling and particularly eerie. It feels like we're experiencing a supernatural event, as if possessed by a ghost. Wen Youning walked into the crowd and squatted down beside the platypus that made the noise earlier. When her hand touched the platypus's paw, she felt something was off. It's a bit hard. Yes, after the onset, they all tend to be like this. From our observations, it usually takes about 10 to 15 minutes to recover. The doctor sighed while propping his chin up with one hand. We have considered all possibilities and even started to guess if it could be ALS. The symptoms appeared suddenly, and looking only at the minutes after the onset, it resembles a frozen stiffness. So pitiful. Is it a genetic disease? It doesn't seem like an infectious disease. Has there been inbreeding in the park? Inbreeding is quite common in animal breeding, especially for many critically endangered species, which can indeed lead to problems. But there is no other way. Some animals only have one male and one female left, and if they don't breed, they will become extinct. I remember there was news announcing the extinction of the platypus, but later where was it that they found the platypus again? What does it feel like to be uncomfortable? Wen Youning pinched the limbs of the platypus. The platypus only made a sound earlier because it was uncomfortable, and then it didn't speak again. Tingly and numb. So fast. So scary. Did you press your paw numb while sleeping? Wen Youning felt the body of the platypus under her palm gradually relax. This illness is indeed strange. It's over, Teacher Wen frowned. To be honest, genetic diseases are the hardest to treat. Let's see if conservative treatment is possible, but it's a pity for so many platypuses. Teacher Wen, is the situation not too good? The nearby caregiver was somewhat restless, pacing back and forth. Watching the little animal she had taken care of for so long deteriorate day by day made her feel anxious. When Youning shook her head, it's still uncertain. She turned and looked for a few nearby platypuses. Hi. A new human. Huh. Wen Youning patted the belly of the platypus and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" The platypus lay on its back, basking in the warm sunlight. Comfortable. No discomfort. Wen Youning asked several times, and the animals showed no signs of discomfort, nor did they cry out in pain or suffering. It doesn't seem to be a state of being sick. Wen Youning stood up and looked around, saying, "I'll go check the water pool." The caretaker followed her, saying, since they got that disease, the platypuses hardly go into the water anymore. When they dive underwater, they close their ears and eyes. Last time 2 got sick in the water, and I was almost scared to death when they floated up. Fortunately, there are people on duty 24 hours a day in the park after the platypus fell ill. Otherwise, that platypus would drown inside. The water is running water, but the park is not near a river or the sea, so this running water refers to the circulating water from the filter. The water in the pond is very clean, with not a single leaf on the surface. Yingya, the duck-billed platypus, after being rubbed on its belly, saw Wen Youning squatting by the pond, turned over and ran over, biting her clothing and pulling her outside. No way, no way. Don't touch, it will be ticklish. Wen Youning. Don't worry, I'll give it a try. Wen Youning handed the peacock feather to Zhao Zi and reached her hand into the water. Teacher Wen, gloves. The keeper instinctively wanted to say that this was the water for the platypus when she saw her reach in directly. Wen Youning's hand went in, the icy water flowed over her fingertips, seemingly with no problem. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged, and her fingertips instinctively curled up. Realizing what this was, Wen Youning slowly closed her eyes. This is a platypus eye. Haha, what eye? It turns out that people really laugh out loud when they're speechless. Just thinking about all the symptoms that had run through her mind earlier, and then remembering the actual reason for the platypus's strange call. Wen Youning had difficulty suppressing the upward curve of her lips even with her eyes closed. Originally, all the doctors and caregivers present were quite nervous, but seeing Wen Youning laugh inexplicably like this left everyone baffled and unsure about the situation. Several doctors looked at me, I looked at them, and in the exchange of glances there was nothing but confusion and doubt. In the end, the gaze fell on Zhao. Zhao herself looked puzzled. Teacher Wen, is there a problem with the water? Wen Youning stood up, shook the water off her hands and said, it's not just the water. The entire platypus park has problems. Zhao, Bullet screen, what the hell? Could it be that someone poisoned it? Didn't they say the water showed no problems? The whole park is too terrifying. Wen Youning sighed. Actually, in this situation, one should not consult an animal doctor. Zhao was silent for a moment. You mean we should consult a funeral service or the police? Indeed, poisoning should involve a criminal case. Wen Youning, we should consult an electrician. What? Leakage? I don't know what is leaking. Wen Youning pointed at the pool. It's either the filter or those colorful lights, or maybe the colorful wires spread around. Check to see where the leak is. No wonder she was so stiff. After a while she would be fine again. Isn't that just being shocked? The weak electric current isn't enough to kill a platypus. This is impossible, the caretaker replied in disbelief. They only occasionally make noise. How could they be electrocuted? Wen Youning said, intermittent leakage, they would only cry out if they were electrocuted. She just put her hand in the water and didn't get electrocuted immediately. The keeper said again, they didn't go into the water when they were making strange noises at night, and during this time they haven't entered the water. With the lights on at night, the frequency of electric leakage will be higher. Also, check the light strips on the ground. It's best to check the entire power grid of the park. Wen Youning shrugged. If someone shocks you on the butt while you're half asleep, you'd scream louder than they do. The platypus raised its head and said, whining. Electric butt. Puff, haha, save me. Is this a platypus park or a Myanmar scam park? Goodness, if we're calculating like this when the lights come on at night, isn't that just a thunder shock? Did the platypus summon anything? The weak current, I don't know where it will come from or when it will come out. When not shocked, I am anxious, but after being shocked, I wonder when I will be shocked next. Hiss. While others raise eagles, the park raises platypuses. Wen Youning picked up 2 platypuses nearby and said, let's find another place. Is there a cage or an empty indoor room where we can temporarily house them? Yes, there are. The keeper's hand was still pressed against the ground, feeling the current as Wen Youning described it, but felt nothing, so he quickly got up to help move the platypuses. The keeper said, Teacher Wen, be careful. The heel of the platypus is poisonous, so don't hurt yourself. Wen Youning was carrying 2 platypuses, and even being pinched like this, showed no reaction, possibly because all her energy was focused on the shocking incidents of the past few days. Waiting for the keeper to open the door, Wen Youning brought the camera closer. Look, doesn't the platypus's beak look like the one installed later? Psyduck is very similar to the platypus, with its fluffy body and a beak like that of a duck. Its appearance is already the least noteworthy oddity about the platypus. The platypus is a mammal that lays eggs and can also produce milk from its armpits. Its hind legs are venomous. If it kicks you, the venom will enter your body. Wen Youning pointed at the platypus's beak, and there's no antidote for it. Furthermore, once they enter the water, they cannot be seen or heard, and they hunt solely by sensing electric pulses through the electromagnetic field that connects all living beings. When the platypus opens its mouth, Wen Youning quickly sweeps the camera over it. The platypus doesn't have teeth. It will grab a stone to chew its food, using the stone to grind it. The most interesting thing is that once the food is swallowed, it goes directly into the intestines because they don't have a stomach. Wen Youning pinches the platypus's front paw. Research shows that platypuses used to have stomachs but lost them during evolution. The current platypus has a small pocket where the stomach used to be, which cannot secrete digestive enzymes. It can be said that the existence of the platypus is like a patchwork of the special habits of dozens of animals. Very unreal. Wen Youning held the platypus and shook it, saying, "It is said that the first person to discover the platypus thought someone had played a prank by attaching the beak to its face and wanted to help pull it off." Wying. With its body suspended, the platypus paddled its front paws like it was swimming. So cute yet so pitiful little guy. Ha 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 Nua, just casually mold something fun like a little dinksy. Born too hurriedly, everything wanted and unwanted is on the platypus, and after Nua tidies up, the home is much cleaner, right? A creature that has survived for 51 million years, the platypus is full of unique skills. Zhao Zi walked at the back, watching the suddenly empty platypus exhibit and couldn't help but chuckle softly. For safety and hygiene reasons, we try to avoid contact when fetching water, and even minimal contact is done while wearing gloves. Insulation won't get you shocked. Everyone thought it was an illness. Who would have imagined it was a leakage? This matter has caused a stir. Zhao Zi reacted. Right, AI Zhang mentioned that it was him who comforted the platypus to calm down. Wen Youning said, when there's no current, the platypus itself is very quiet. In other words, the platypus makes sounds after being electrocuted and remains quiet until the next time it is shocked. AI Zhang is comforting the platypus after it makes a sound. Without AI Zhang, the platypus would eventually calm down by itself. Let the electrician check it out. I think the light strips over here need to be taken down. When Youning noticed the densely hung lights when she came in, thankfully the current is low, otherwise the platypus could really get electrocuted. However, it is also because the current is low that it was not discovered for so long, causing the platypus to be electrocuted for such a long time. When Youning stroked the poor little guy, the medical exam results are fine. With good food and care these past few days, it will have calmed down on its own. The platypus is not a big problem, but after such a big ordeal, it deserves some compensation, doesn't it? Thank you, Teacher Wen. The caretaker sighed heavily, also relieved. Sorry for the trouble. There was a mix-up, but fortunately the outcome is good. The situation has not developed to an irreparable state. No wonder the issue has not been resolved. It turns out they were looking for the wrong type of worker. Not to mention, when the electrician puts the voltage tester into the water and the red light comes on, they understand everything. The key point is, if Teacher Wen doesn't mention it, who would think it's a short circuit? The platypus is sick, and they are still thinking about decorating the park with light strips. How is that even possible? The issue with the platypus has been resolved. Wen Youning sent the last platypus into the house. All right, let's go back. The platypus lifted its head, its paws resting on Wen Youning's shoes. Although they looked like Psyduck, they couldn't sit up like Psyduck, whining. Goodbye, humans. Wen Youning patted its head goodbye. It was just past noon when I came out. By the time I returned to the zoo, it was nearly 4 o'clock. It wasn't time yet to change the white lion's medicine. There was still time, so Wen Youning went to the aviary first. The swan with warty noses, as the star attraction of the aviary, has increased visitor traffic to the aviary following their recovery. After spending enough time in the disinfection room, Wen Youning came out and knocked on the door. Kaian knew. Inside the huge transparent birdcage shaped like a glass barrel, Kaian Newell was pouring food into each cage one by one. Hey, Kaian Newell responded cheerfully upon hearing the sound. Seeing it was Wen Youning, she quickly turned around to open the door. Teacher Wen, is there something you need from me? I want to ask if you have any discarded feathers from birds that have fallen. She had 3 peacock tail feathers in her hand, and they felt a bit too flimsy to be used as decorations, so she thought about filling the gaps with bird feathers. Hi, there aren't many feathers in the bird garden. Kyan Yu sometimes cleans up, and when she sweeps around, the feathers that fall down are enough to fill a bag, but they're all useless and need to be thrown away. Kyan Yu said, "Teacher Wen, you sit for a while. Wait for me to finish feeding the rest, then I will take you to the back. There are still feathers today that haven't been thrown away." You take your time. Wen Youning is still entering for the first time. The last time she came, she could only see from the outside. The indoor environment is completely closed. The birds in the cages are released at fixed times, and when the time is up, they are sent back into the cages. The birds are not kept very densely. In the center of the room, there is a large circular sofa, and when the birds are in their cage, visitors can come in to observe them. It's just that it's quite late now, approaching the time when the staff are getting off work, so the internal viewing is not open. I have been here. The birds inside are very clever and will interact with you if you hold food. If the red falcon is also brought in, it will definitely be very lively. Wen Youning sat down on the sofa, adjusting the angle of the live broadcast equipment to capture all the birds in the room. Cheep, the bird in the cage, hopped forward a couple of steps, shaking its head and looking at her curiously. "No entry, no entry," shouted the all-green Amazon parrot. "Closed hours, no entry." Wen Youning said, "I am a staff member." Amazon parrot, cheating bird. "That's not okay, that's also going out. Once you come in, you go out." "I won't go out." Wen Youning slightly raised her chin. "You come out." The Amazon parrot has strong speaking abilities. Its mimicking voice is closest to that of humans, and it is a parrot that can speak and has a strong learning ability. If they are raised artificially and trained from a young age, they can engage in simple conversations with humans. Provocation, provocation. "Are you blind?" The Amazon parrot, unable to drive away the person, turned to its companion living in the same cage and said, "Come help me talk." "Go away, I'm annoyed." The other one is a macaw, with large areas of bright red and wings featuring blue-green hues, all very vivid colors that catch the eye. Amazon parrot, "Hurry up and help me." Macaw flaps its wings irritably. "Get lost." Wen Youning. She suspiciously said, "You two parrots are arguing. Why are you speaking human language? Can't we all understand each other with chirp, chirp, chirp? It gets loud pretty quickly. Doesn't it feel awkward to argue like this?" Amazon parrot. "Damn it right, why?" Macaw chirp. "Stop making noise, the bird is really annoying. Do you still want to argue? Hate it, hate it." Teacher Wen, what are you watching? Kyan Newell walked around, coming back with an empty bucket, and saw Wen Youning staring intently at the two parrots. Are they arguing again? Do they often argue? They didn't used to argue a lot, but these past few days they've been bickering frequently. Kyan Newell said, "The main issue is that the macaw has been in a bad mood these days and fights with anyone. It's in the same cage as the Amazon parrot, so it argues with it more. Generally, the Amazon parrot doesn't initiate conflicts. It's mainly the macaw that keeps scolding others." As she spoke, she thought of something and felt very angry but couldn't help but laugh. Last time my colleague came in, he happened to catch the moment of release, and the macaw chased him around scolding. Its temper has been getting worse. The macaw turned its head away. "You stupid dog, I should scold you. You make me so mad." Its feathers are all puffed up, clearly indicating that it is really angry. What kind of wicked thing did this colleague do to make us beautiful birds so angry? The macaw is shaking its feather. "A bunch of fools, a bunch of big fools. You're the one barking like a dog. Birds clearly sing like birds. Birds peck at phones better than you guys can hit. A bunch of noobs." The inner voice clearly curses more smoothly than what is said out loud. Parrots can talk, but it's hard for them to speak as quickly and fluently as humans. The more the inner voice curses, the more spirited it becomes. The macaw suddenly puffs up its chest and fell straight down. Kai Yu suddenly panicked. Talking is one thing, but how did I end up fainting from anger? Is my temper that bad? Wen Youning quickly stepped forward, opened the cage. Kai Yu took a key and carefully picked out the correct one from above. The nearby Amazon parrot was also stunned, with its eyes wide open. Chirp. The bird didn't say much either. Wen Youning took the macaw out and placed it on the sofa to perform first aid. Fortunately, it was just a moment of panic and the emotions surged. After pressing for a while, the macaw recovered on its own. The macaw is lying on its back with its claws curled up, and its thoughts are still murmuring. So annoying, the bird hasn't even scolded anyone. Lost the argument, lost. A great humiliation, a stain on bird life. Wen Youning rubbed the little bird's head with her finger and asked, "Who did it argue with and lose? Why is it so angry?" With the Amazon parrot. Kai Yu primarily takes care of the knob-nosed swan side, and here she is just acting as a manager to occasionally help the keepers with some of the work. She truly isn't very clear about the specific situation. Cheap, the Amazon parrot hiding in the cage stared wide-eyed, spouting nonsense. The macaw scoffed. "It is not worthy. That useless Aran doesn't know how to help." Wen Youning hugged the parrot to her lap. "Who is Aran?" "Aran? Feng Shu Ran." Kai Yu thought for a moment. There is only one staff member here whose name contains Ran, and it's usually he who spends more time with this group of birds. Kai Yu directly adjusted the frequency on the walkie-talkie and said, "I'll call him over to ask." The parrot got itself short-circuited, and that's no small matter. Birds can really scare themselves to death. Kai Yu went to call someone, and Wen Youning rubbed her finger across the parrot's belly. "Did Feng Shuren scold you?" "No. He is just a useless person. It needs to be birds. He is nothing at all." The parrot's voice is filled with disdain for Feng Shuren. Wen Youning looked at the imposing way the macaw was flapping its wings and said, "So, how did you get yourself so worked up?" "I've never quarreled," the macaw said, sounding very justified. Wen Youning. "Sister Kayan, why are you in such a hurry to find me?" Feng Shuren rushed over without even putting on his work uniform properly, and as he entered, he straightened his jacket with his hand. "Is there a problem with the bird?" "Exactly, look how agitated you've made the macaw." Kai Yu gave him a light tap. "It's all worked up because of you. Why are you getting into a contest with a parrot?" Feng Shuren was completely confused. How could I argue with a parrot? Kai Yu was also confused by this and could only cast a look for help at Wen Youning. "Teacher Wen." "He is here." Wen Youning stood up supporting the macaw. "What do you want to say to him?" "Waste." The macaw spoke clearly with a deep voice, simply 2 words. "Can't win the game, damn it." Wen Youning pressed down on the macaw to help it calm down so it wouldn't get worked up again. "Did you play games with the parrot? Haven't you lost yet?" The macaw spread its feathers. "Can't win at games, can't curse back. Now need a bird to help curse and the bird gets cursed too." Dragging the bird's hind legs. "How could it be? How could a parrot play games? I was even with it. Wouldn't that be causing a ruckus? The last time I was angry and let it help me roast someone, it held back for a long time and only said 2 words, 'Stupid idiot,' and ended up being mocked by the other side for a long time." Feng Shuren suddenly realized something was off. Kai Yu slapped him on the back of the head. "Are you a human? Asking a parrot to help you insult people?" "Ha ha ha ha, even if parrots can talk, they can't outsay game trolls." "No wonder the parrot is so angry. It's okay, dear. Auntie gets just as worked up while gaming. If you can't scold them, ask the parrot for help. You're also a god." "Macaw, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I will destroy everyone in the next few days." It's already quite impressive that a parrot can smoothly finish a sentence. The macaw's mind is quicker than its mouth. It thinks of insults first, but when it comes time to speak, it can't get the words out and ends up being insulted instead. If you lose an argument, that's just frustrating, isn't it? Feng Shuren scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, I was just joking at the time. It called from behind me while I was playing a game and I just teased it a bit. I didn't expect. Kaian Nuo, you still play games during work hours? Feng Shuren shrank his neck. What should I do now? If I kneel down and apologize to it, will it get better? No, the macaw answered itself. Just play another round of the game. If it wins the argument and feels good, it will naturally get better. Wen Youning handed the macaw to him. After all, the one who tied the knot must untie it. Wherever the anger came from, that's where you should make up for it. Feng Shuren nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. He solemnly took the parrot. Let's go, brother will take you to battle. The macaw puffed up its chest, flew onto his head and fixed its bright eyes ahead, clearly ready for a fierce fight. Kaian Nuo. If anyone else spoke about such absurd treatment methods, I would absolutely not allow Feng Shuren to work and play games. But since it was Teacher Wen who said it, it must be a very effective and reliable treatment method. Wen Youning saw her lost in thought and walked over to ask, Are you done here? Let's go get the feathers. Oh, it's done. Let's go. Kaian Nuo adjusted the indoor lighting to night mode. The bird park closes early, and at this time of day, visitors can only go see the mute swans inside. The bird park schedule is posted outside, and its operating hours are different from those of other parks. Kaian Nuo took Wen Youning to the storage room. There are a lot of feathers in here, it's just a bit messy. Since it's going to be thrown away, no one will take the time to organize it. Kaian Nuo helped pick up two and said, Actually, these can be taken back to make a decorative piece, and some of the fine fluff can be used to stuff down jackets. Just throwing them away would be such a waste. But there's no way around it. Some protected birds also lose feathers. If by chance they accidentally get mixed in when used, the bird park is quite strict about this, and if they encounter an inspection and see them with feathers, they might suspect that they intentionally plucked the bird's feathers, making it hard to explain. There's no need to sacrifice work for a few feathers. Teacher Wen, what color do you want? Kaian Nuo picked up a handful of feathers, with colors including white, yellow, red, and various others. What do you want to make? You can take some of each. Today we are going to Xinglong Zoo, where the peacock gave me a few feathers and I was thinking about making something. Wen Youning hadn't really thought about what to make, just planning to see what she could create after gathering the materials. Kaian Nuo raised her eyebrows. She knew that Teacher Wen was helping out in the neighboring area today, but she didn't expect there would be a little twist. Peacock feathers. You stumbled upon such a niche experience project. These are almost the same. Wen Youning picked up a bag, layered the pieces neatly inside, and looked down at the still messy contents. And these as well. Kaian Nuo added the portion she picked out. I'll take you back. Wen Youning shook her head and said, No need, Mr. Zhao's car is still outside. He's giving me a ride. All right, then I'll come find you to walk the dog when I have time. If it weren't for the fact that Kaian Nuo still needed to keep an eye on the situation with Feng Shuren, she would have left with Wen Youning right now. Listening to the faint curse words coming from behind, along with the stammering voice of the macaw, Kaian Nuo sighed heavily. What would happen if we lost the argument again? Zhao Zi still needs to go to the hospital to write a report. Every time after a consultation, he personally summarizes the cases, sends Wen Youning back to the dormitory, and then rushes back to work without stopping. Wen Youning stuffed the peacock feathers into a feather bag. Zhao Zi's driving is not like that of an old man having fun. He can only stop on the main road, and the small path leading to the dormitory is not accessible by car. However, just as Wen Youning stepped onto the stairs, exclamation marks suddenly flooded the screen of her watch. Look up, Teacher Wen is looking up. Look up for a surprise. Wow, The baby is sitting on the wall looking up at a 45-degree angle. Ow! Wen Youning still didn't understand what the comments were saying, but the little panda sitting on the wall had already spotted her return with keen eyes. Sister, sister. The joyful heart sounds of Tuan rang out, its paws propped against the wall, standing up directly from above. Ow! Sister, look at me. I see, don't move around, no jumping. Wen Youning hurried to the wall. Why are you here by yourself? Not myself. As soon as the red panda finished speaking, Kaio Zhizhe poked her head out from the wall and said, Teacher Wen, you're back. Wen Youning, what are you? Tuan kept calling and running over here. I told him you weren't home, but he didn't believe me, and he kept howling and brought along other red pandas from the park to howl too. Kaio Zhizhe's head was still buzzing. She curled her fingertips, pressing her knuckles against her temples, and what was most annoying was that, as soon as visitors come in, it's like watching an animal choir, and some visitors even ask if I intentionally trained it to be like this, saying they want to report me for abusing the panda. Ow woo! Tuan lay in Wen Youning's arms, pretending not to hear. Sister, we can go now. Woo woo! Tuan rubbed against her neck while hugging her. You must be very tired after just coming back from outside. Let's go home first. Anyway, after our unanimous discussion, we decided to let me take care of Tuan here and wait for your return. Kaio Zhizhe stretched and complained that it was hard to stand here, and she was afraid the little panda would jump down before she could catch him, feeling like she was being punished to stand. Her legs were already sore from standing. Kaio Zhizhe waved her hand. Tuan will be troublesome for you, Teacher Wen. Wow. What a hassle. Tuan is humming and repeating Kaio Zhizhe's word while constantly rubbing against Wen Youning. Wen Youning just came out of the disinfection room at the bird park, and although the smell is very faint, it does not affect the enthusiasm of the red panda at all. Okay, Wen Youning supports the little panda and weighs it. Let's go. Aewu, the red panda happily called out, looking up. There are no dogs here, so there is nothing to perceive. It is more likely that they have already gotten used to the red panda coming over, and it is no longer surprising. The red panda didn't come down directly simply because Kaio Zhizhe wouldn't let it, fearing something might happen, so it kept tugging. The red panda, which kept rubbing against her while lying in her arms, was also not behaving well. Wen Youning didn't know how it had affectionately ended up on her shoulder. Owa, the red panda's head hung down, while Wen Youning supported it from behind. The panda's tail first touched her palm, and it steadied itself by hooking its claws into her clothes, sitting down firmly. The world spun around in an instant. The red panda blinked its eyes, completely clueless about the situation, licked its paws and lay down. Well, I like it. Wen Youning said, be careful not to fall down. Ow. It won't. The red panda's paws are trying hard to grab, and it is lying very steadily. I'm back. Wen Youning pushed open the courtyard gate with one hand, and the dog that had been waiting early at the door wagged its tail to greet her. The red panda is not as afraid of the dog as before, probably because they have not developed any conflicts after interacting, and the dog has not harmed it, not even scared it. The fluffy ones at home get along very well. Good girl, did you eat well today? Wen Youning routinely checked the food bowl. Meow. The little tabby jumped up in the house and easily opened the door to run out. With this kind of door, it could easily be opened without help from the red hawk. The agile little cat directly jumped onto Wen Youning's shoulder, and when it lowered its head, it locked eyes with the little panda hanging behind her. Meow. Tuan is coming to play at home. Wen Youning holds the little panda, urging it to come up a bit. Aewu. The little panda raises its head to sniff the little tabby. The cat just found a comfortable spot on Wen Youning's shoulder and settled down, instinctively raising its paw when faced with the approaching little panda. The red panda's wet nose first touched the little tabby's paw. Ooh. It paused for a moment, then squinted its eyes. Ow. The little tabby, who wanted to strike, put its paw down and lowered its head to lick the red panda's head. From the sense of mission from the boss. Lick the little brother's fur. Ha ha ha, I thought of that question. Why can't cats go to heaven? Answer. When God reaches out his hand, the cat will swipe it down with a paw. Both are good babies. The little panda is becoming more integrated, didn't you notice? The last time I came, it was still a bit scared, only snuggling in teacher Wen's arms. Wen Youning opened the door to let in some fresh air and found that Huan was not home. The red falcon did not come to greet her. She still thought Huan was sleeping. Huan. Wen Youning paused. Ahem, where did the red falcon go? Meow. I went out, meow. Meow doesn't know where it went. Many birds came to find the stinky bird. Wen Youning chuckled lightly. The name Red Falcon is quite special for little tabby cat. It must be looking for it for a reason. Previously, I asked the Red Falcon group to help find Lin Yaohai. Now that Lin Beiyu has made an appearance, one can easily imagine the next move for Lin Yaohai. Knowing his whereabouts means there's no need to trouble the Red Falcon for help in finding someone. At this moment, I don't know what they went out to do. Wen Youning took off the two fluffy plushies hanging on her and crouched in front of the Caucasian. Does the rock wolf miss me? The Caucasian dog's tail is slapping against the sofa, yet its face remains calm and unruffled. Woo. Wen Youning's eyebrows curved happily as she petted and rubbed. You two play, I will go change my clothes. She had walked through the sterilization room at White Lion in this outfit in the morning, and had also been disinfected at the platypus side, then went to the bird garden. I disinfect several times a day, and it feels like my clothes are about to be flavored by the disinfectant. I still have to go to the White Lion to change its medicine, which will be the 4th disinfection, so I need to change my clothes quickly. Also, I might not come back at a fixed time tonight, so it's just right to change into something thicker to avoid getting cold at night. It seems like there's quite a bit of jerky at home. Wen Youning walked towards the room, thinking of bringing some of the homemade jerky to the White Lion. It was the leftover meat from the last time I baked homemade food. Pure meat with no seasoning at all. Even the sick White Lion can eat it. Wen Youning left the live streaming equipment in the living room. The red panda stared at the iron ball slowly rising from the table, its round eyes filled with the reflection of the iron ball. Ah. The little panda, which I was curious about outside just now, is now sniffing up close while looking up. The live streaming equipment is pulled back and tilted upward. Don't move around, ah. The little panda is kissing me. Why is this artificial intelligence device hiding? I really wish I could jump in and press the live broadcast equipment for the little panda. Let it play. The little panda is not tall enough. Even standing on the sofa and raising its paws high, it still can't reach the flying iron ball. Ah, the red panda pawed at the air, far from the iron ball. It lowered its eyes and sat on the sofa rubbing its belly, looking very dejected. The tabby cat standing on the armrest of the sofa shook its ears and glanced at the red panda, raising its head to gaze at the live streaming equipment in the air. It turned around and jumped onto the higher back of the sofa, slowly making its way to the middle. Then, without any hesitation, it leaped towards the live broadcast equipment. Bang! With a swipe of its paw, the live broadcast equipment was knocked to the ground. The iron ball rolled twice, and the agile tabby landed skillfully, using its paws to push the iron ball with blinking indicators over to the red panda. Meow! I'll meow for you. Gurgle, gurgle, the live streaming device rolled on the ground for 2 rounds. Stuck in a precarious state between the 2 iron wings, trembling and about to separate from the main body. Woohoo! The red panda happily raised its paw, took 2 steps forward, and with a paw, it slapped the ground and buried its head. Wow, haha, the cub doesn't need to perform such a grand gesture. Ah, the red panda's head is so round, I really want to take a bite. Lying down watching the live broadcast, it felt like a paw suddenly came down from the sky and hit me in the face. Woo woo. Stupid device, I told you not to fly around, now you've been beaten up right. Wen Youning changed into her clothes and came out, seeing 2 fluffy heads bumping against each other playing happily. It's a good thing that the fluffies at home get along harmoniously. Little panda, huh? Go ahead and play. She smiled as she folded the prepared jacket onto the sofa, tied her hair back, and walked into the kitchen, saying, "The toys bought for the dried fish haven't interested it much. It's never taken them out since I moved them into the storage box. The little panda actually quite likes them." Wen Youning said, her actions visibly pausing. Right, she had packed the toys into the storage box and hadn't taken them out. She suddenly turned around. "What are you all playing?" As she pushed aside the plush toys, the parts of the live broadcast equipment fell out, and a few strands of fur were caught in the gap, likely belonging to the little panda given the color. Ah, the little panda clapped on the ground. Given by the boss. The little panda generously picked up the live streaming equipment and handed it to Wen Youning. Owl. Let's play together. Wen Youning. She picked up the shabby live broadcast equipment and held the red panda with one hand. This is not a toy. You can't play with it. Although the live broadcast equipment looks a bit worn, fortunately, these small injuries are only superficial. They should have been pushed around as moving balls without biting. There are no bite marks on it, and the wings are separately installed. They are not a single piece with the ball of the live broadcast equipment. The wings are not broken, just fallen off and can be reattached for continued use. It's just. Wen Youning set up the live streaming equipment and adjusted the settings again, watching as it rose slowly, like an old man with a cane crossing the street, slightly tilted. Don't save me, I was having a great time playing with the red panda. Hee, the red panda just brushed against the camera, so rounding up, it basically kissed me. Cute fun, love to watch, just a bit of a useless device. Don't be afraid, Teacher Wen said the equipment is cheap, just get a few more. / no more hitting, / When Youning pressed down on the little panda's paw, the live broadcast equipment was so lousy that it seemed like it could fall apart at any moment. She pondered, / let me see if I can place an order to buy a spare, / It feels like a live streaming device, this flying and moving spherical object, completely defenseless against the plushy things at home. The dog is fine. It can't jump that high, but for a little tabby that can easily get onto the roof, capturing a live streaming device is a piece of cake. Just to be safe, it's better to buy a few more. Little rascal, Wen Youning hugged the little tabby and rubbed it, using both hands to hold its head and gather all the fur together. Meow meow, woof woof woof. The little tabby squinted, its meow distorted. Ha. Meow. That's not right, meow. That's right. Wen Youning scratched the chin of the little tabby cat. It is said that the meow sound of cats is actually rougher. It's not the sweet and high-pitched meow they make when facing humans. The reason for the different sounds is that kittens have discovered that humans like this kind of meow, so they meow this way. I wonder if that's true. Wen Youning hugged the little tabby cat onto her lap, rubbing its cheek with her fingers. Is that true, dried fish? Ow! The little tabby cat held its tail up high. Ah! The red panda jumped over and joined in the belly rub game. Wen Youning rubbed the 2 fluffy ones enough. The little tabby disdainfully pushed away the younger one that was getting too close. Woo! The red panda had its head pressed down, looking up with its eyes all. The excited panda thought little tabby was playing with it and batted the cat's head with a paw. Little tabby. Brave cat. Little Tabby is much smaller in size than the panda, and when the panda's paw came down, it completely covered the cat's head. Fluffy and cuddly, let's play. Teacher, when is this heaven? How cute is this? I could watch these two fluffy toys for a whole day. Wen Youning was also charmed, placing the little Tabby and the little panda next to the rock wolf. Play together. Don't touch the rock wolf's plaster, just this. Afraid the little panda wouldn't know what plaster is, Wen Youning even pointed at it specially. The clever little panda knows what should not be touched and will avoid it on its own. Aowu, the little panda recognized it. Good all. The quietly lying rock wolf was surrounded and became a bit stiff with discomfort. Wen Youning got up and patted the rock wolf's head. I'll go get you some treats. The rock wolf murmured, woo. When facing the large and seemingly fierce Caucasian, the red panda was far less relaxed than when facing the smaller Tabby. After being put down, it curled up in place, as if frozen in place. I dare not move. The rock wolf turned his head slightly, and the red panda instantly widened its eyes, raising its claws first. Ow, ow. Looking at the red panda, which was not even as tall as one of the rock wolf's legs when standing, the rock wolf turned his head back again. Ow, ow. The red panda gradually retracted its assertive and domineering stance, pulling its tail behind and hugging it to its chest. And a bit fluffy. The little panda is licking its tail. Wen Youning is searching in the kitchen while keeping an eye on the outside. The rock wolf was calm like an old monk in meditation, while the red panda was frantically scaring itself and playing for half a day. Wen Youning smirked, opened the preservation box and took out all the jerky. Part of it was kept for the white lion, another part reserved for the red falcon, and the rest was held in hand. Wen Youning took the largest piece. Rock wolf, here you go. The jerky was brought to its mouth, and the rock wolf opened its mouth to grab it. This is yours, Wen Youning shared with the two kittens, round jerky and apple. Do you want to eat apple with dried fish? Wen Youning waved a piece of apple in front of the little Tabby's nose. The sweet and sour taste of the fruit made the little Tabby's face scrunch up in distaste. Meow. Meow doesn't eat. The rock wolf eats. Wen Youning turned the apple in her hand and handed it to the rock wolf. The rock wolf was still chewing on the jerky. It raised its head to set the jerky aside and turned its head to bite, but the apple pieces were too small. After tilting its head several times to adjust the angle, it still couldn't bite down successfully. Wen Youning saw that it didn't dare to bite. It won't bite me. Oh. Wen Youning took a step forward and directly fed it into its mouth. All right. She didn't tear the complete jerky. Large pieces of jerky are good for grinding teeth, so there was no need to tear them into small bits. Come on, line up, one person, one dog, one bite. Wen Youning sat on the steps at the entrance and she had prepared a small bowl of cut apples. With meat and fruit, let's have some afternoon tea before dinner. They are all so polite. Lining up and peeking, haha. Looking at the little dogs wagging their tails, everyone likes Teacher Wen very much. Damn, I clearly don't like eating apples, but seeing this makes me crave one. I'll go wash one. Red apples are crispy and sweet. After cutting the apple, Wen Youning all ate the leftover apple core with the flesh. What brand is this apple? Wen Youning mumbled while biting on the apple core. Go buy a few more boxes. Apples from June to August are mainly varieties like Summer Honey and Gala. These apples are crisp, sweet, refreshing, juicy, with small cores and very thin skins. They are almost the perfect fruit with no flaws. Hello, delivery. Outside the courtyard, the man waved his hand. Mine. Wen Youning took off the puppy on her body. I didn't buy anything. She only ordered fresh meat at the market, and the glasses frame for the tiger wasn't due to arrive today. What is it? Smart Live broadcasting device. The man handed over the exquisite box and said, the assistant asked me to deliver it, and the basic settings inside have already been adjusted. It is linked to your live streaming room by default. You can make other adjustments on the mobile app. Wen Youning then noticed that the man didn't seem to be a delivery person. She said, "Thank you." "You're busy." The man slightly bowed after delivering the items and turned to leave. Wen Youning was flipping through the box. "Did I just place an order?" she asked suspiciously, as if the interface displayed that it was out of stock and she did not place an order. The address and phone number are indeed hers. After opening the delivery package, the left bottom corner of the box is embossed with the words "Warm Citrus" in golden font. Therefore, the possibility of it being delivered incorrectly is zero. This is a custom new model designed by the design team, one-piece molded, and replacing it with a more durable material should withstand a few more pounces. The bullet screen of the internal account appeared at the top of the screen. Awesome! President Lin isn't busy with family struggles and you're glued to the live stream. No way. Has it been 15 minutes since I started streaming the little tabby cat to now? Is there a new model already? The version of smart live broadcasting equipment updates very quickly. New models exist even before older models are launched, but they are still being tested and are not available for sale. Engraving the name before sending it over won't take up much time. Teacher Wen's previous live broadcasting equipment was broken, so for now, we'll make do with this model. Wen Youning held the heavy ball, which was obviously much better in quality than the previous live broadcasting equipment. "Thank you." "Don't be polite. The new model hasn't been tested yet. I appreciate your help in trying it out." After finishing speaking, the user with the ID of a period left the live broadcast room. He specifically came in to explain the new device. Wen Youning took back the tattered live streaming equipment and said, "Let me restart it. I'll try using the new device. The old one can still be used with some patching up." The tangerine is put away for backup. The red panda pokes its head out to observe the iron ball inside the box. Ow. The new device has a defogging function, can automatically clean the lens, has intelligent voice control, and quick streaming cutoff. These functions. When Youning took out a wet wipe and rubbed her fingertips, it was quite useful. Start the broadcast. The live broadcast equipment adjusted its angle, and at the same time the phone displayed that the live room was starting. When Youning checked the clarity in the live room on her phone, not bad. Teacher Wen is beautiful at a new level. Really, I don't believe it, unless you let the little tabby cat try again. You're addicted to playing, aren't you? I wanted to. Kyan Yuo finished the work at the aviary, and when he came over, he saw the small animals having a meal, and saw Wen Youning chatting in the live broadcast room. Her eyes were slightly red, and she walked over looking a bit tired, sniffing from time to time, seeming like she was about to cry. "Teacher Wen." "What happened?" When Youning handed her an uncut apple from the plate. "Why are you crying?" "I'm not crying." Kyan Yuo bit into the apple with annoyance, grabbed the cub on the ground and squeezed in beside Wen Youning. "It's just about the macaw." Wen Youning was taken aback. The method I mentioned didn't work. "It's useful, but I ran into some trouble when putting it into practice." Kyan Yuo chewed the apple loudly, as if trying to infuse all his grievances into the apple and chew them to pieces. "I played 3 rounds of the game, but I just can't out-argue them, no matter what," Kyan Yuo said with a headache. "I thought about helping, but ended up getting insulted myself." Wen Youning. Puff, laughing to death. Neither of the two could out-argue the parrot. How can one play games while also taking oxygen? K-God 1v25 performance can be checked. 0.5 finger money new. Listening in K-God's live stream, how can anyone argue? It's not as good as a parrot, haha. Originally, I was upset and came to comfort the little animals, money new. So are we arguing with the game streamer? Kyan Yuo covered her face. What's more embarrassing than arguing in a game is that the other party is live streaming the whole time. On Avad. Kaya knew was about to fall apart. She had a flash of inspiration and thought of a reasonable explanation and said seriously, "Actually, you all heard it wrong. The parrot was cursing at people, and I am the one who can spray insults even better than the parrot." Nonsense! The loud, huffy voice of the macaw had a hint of a duck's quack, ending with a quack, quack, quack. How awkward it is to be caught red-handed by the parrot after talking bad about it behind its back. Feng Shuren walked in holding the macaw, facing Cayenne Nuo's bewildered expression. "It's been making a fuss because it's angry. I let it scold for a long time, and I saw its emotions getting more and more agitated. I was afraid it would get too worked up, so I hurried to bring it to Teacher Wen." He wore an iron bracelet on his wrist, and an iron chain extended from it, tied to the macaw's claws. Seeing a yard full of dogs, the macaw only glanced and then lost interest. "I won't get angry, that's slander." Wen Youning glanced back at the little tabby cat inside the house. Chasing birds is its favorite. Fortunately, the little tabby didn't notice this side. It was playing with the little panda. Wen Youning said, "Why don't you set up a custom or AI room in the game? Let it win a fake victory first." "It's impossible. It has remembered that person's voice." Feng Shuren had also tried to trick the golden parrot before, but who knew the golden parrot was very sensitive to voices and quite smart. After being exposed, the golden parrot started cursing at him. It was just that it got tired of cursing on the way here, otherwise it would still be cursing now. Feng Shuren hesitantly said, "I even specifically searched in the recent games to find that person who started cursing at me last time, aiming to snip at him, but ended up getting cursed at 3 rounds in a row after I opened my mic on the plane." Wen Youning said with a suppressed smile, "Why don't you contact the streamer you were arguing with?" Before the words finish, a gift effect pops up in the live broadcast room. King requests to join the call. The streamer of the shooting battle mobile game on the same platform. There is no limit to the number of times streamers can join calls with each other. Wen Youning answered the call and the host King adjusted the headphones on his head. With a pair of peach blossom eyes, he smiled before speaking, "Sorry about that. They said I scared the parrot so much that it fainted. I thought I should come over and apologize, admit my mistake." "Caw," the macaw squawked, its voice changing. "It wasn't fainted. You're the one who's fainted." Sorry, I misspoke." King explained with a smile. "I thought you were a fan deliberately trying to mess with me for the show effects. In our circle, it's quite common for people to ambush hosts. I only realized you were a real parrot after the bullet screen reminded me. Mainly it's the phone recording, and there is already a difference from normal speech, so the parrot's accent sounds even weirder when transmitted this way." King often encounters fan attacks. Being scolded is common, and arguing with fans is part of the show effect. Who would have thought that arguing with you while gaming is actually a parrot? Especially since it seems he really made the parrot upset. If someone gets scolded, so be it. He definitely wouldn't take it out on a small animal. So, after understanding the situation clearly, he immediately came over to apply for a connection. The macaw has a big temper, tilting its head to the side. "I don't accept apologies." Very, very angry. When King saw the parrot make such a human-like gesture, a big smile appeared on his face. "Are you selling this parrot? Come with me." He really likes this parrot and tries hard to promote himself, hoping to be chosen by the parrot. "I'll take you to play games. I'm a professional player, no need for me to boast. Whether it's cursing or gaming, I speak bluntly. I will definitely sweep the battlefield and you won't feel a bit of discomfort." Broadcasting a game while raising a parrot that only knows how to quarrel. Just thinking about it makes for explosive show effects. The macaw angrily shouted in response to the first half, "Not selling, not selling." But as King spoke the latter part, it hesitated and shuffled its feet in place. "Really?" The little bird, deceived by similar words before, looked at Feng Shuren with some skepticism. This fool seemed to have said the same thing before. Is it real or not? I can't sell it. Feng Shuren rubbed his head in frustration. How could the parrot that was just furious and ready to fight King suddenly turn against him like this? The macaw lifted its wings to push away the adult's head that was close, saying, "Come and pick me up." "Shut up," Feng Shuren covered the bird's beak with his hand. "It seems it's not angry anymore." "Parrot, you are useless. Get someone competent to take me." "Great, great, great. In this day and age, even parrots can find their own owners. King, you are really lucky." The principal returned from a business trip and found the sky had collapsed. King laughed and said, "We should hang out together sometime." Of course, the macaw turned enemies into friends, found a powerful ally, and could fight and scold better than the worthless human, Aaron, making it more favored by the birds. Feng Shuren, shut up. I came out to ask Teacher Wen for help, and somehow the problem seems to have been resolved, but the parrot has to fly away too. Is this reasonable? Watching the situation becoming more uncontrollable, Feng Shuren didn't want to always be on guard against the escape of the macaw when going to work in the future, so he hurriedly took the macaw away from this sinful scene. Before turning around, he was calm, but after turning his head, he bolted away, running like crazy. King looked at the parrot being carried away with a smile, and when the door next to him was pushed open, he heard a noise and turned around. Duh me. Woof, 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 woof. The little short-legged corgi barked loudly as it rushed in. It hit the dog again. It hit the dog's head. It always hits the dog. It's too much. All right, don't make a fuss. We're live. King leaned down to pick up the corgi and said, "Sorry to take up your live stream time. The matter's resolved, so I'll log off now." Wait a moment. When Wen Youning adjusted the camera back, your corgi seems to have been hurt. Huh? King had already moved the mouse to the closed X but stopped when he heard her words, "Who hit it?" He looked down at the corgi, then at the title of Wen Youning's live stream, and was taken aback. The corgi was originally sighing, but upon hearing Wen Youning's words, it perked up its ears in an instant, its keen gaze fixed, front paws resting on the computer desk. Woof. Fierce cat. A very fierce fat cat. It's so painful when it bites, woo-woo. Wen Youning said, the corgi said it was beaten by a cat. It seems that there really are cats at the training base. Is it Duojuo? King previously posted a photo of that dairy cow cat called Duojuo on Weibo. Corgi woof. Yes, just tell the owner like this. No, King said decisively. There is only one adopted cow cat in the entire base, with a very good temper, particularly gentle, and it always gets bullied when playing with rice. How could it fight a dog? Woof woof wow, the corgi raised its head and howled, eager to sing a song about its grievances. Not at all, it's the stinky cat that attacks the dogs. You all support the stinky cat. So angry, so angry. Are you trying to make Wang die of anger? Woo-woo Wang, the corgi places its hopes on Wen Youning. Help me scold the stinky cat, please, human. I'll help you tell him. Wen Youning looked at the corgi's pitiful appearance, and it seemed that it had suffered a lot from the cow cat's beatings. After calming the excited little dog, she said to King, "The corgi looks very wronged. Why don't you call the cow cat over?" There were a bunch of question marks in King's live stream chat. Obviously, they did not understand the significance of Wen Youning's arrangement. What do you mean by calling it a cow cat? How big is the corgi and how big is the cat? Saying that a cat beats it is a bit too far-fetched, right? Yeah, wasn't the cow cat's paw broken by the corgi a few days ago? Senior fans and Teacher Wen's live room sincerely suggest, if you don't understand, just mute. Corgis look like they have short legs and are honest and harmless, but they are actually very fierce. Just listen to Teacher Wen. King sat in front of the computer, momentarily motionless. Rationally, he shouldn't believe in such elusive things. But the corgi was barking non-stop on his lap. It looks like she has suffered a great injustice. feeling wronged as if it were snowing in June. With a mindset of just giving it a try, King sent a voice message to his assistant, Liu Ji, find out where Duo is and help me bring her over. Woof. The corgi paws at the table, bring her over. Woof, I want to rebel today. Down with the stinky cat. After saying the harsh words, the corgi leaned against the table again, trying to be affectionate with Wen Youning on the other side of the computer screen. Compared to just now when it was angrily howling, the voice has now become soft and cute. Woo. Later you help Wang speak. The corgi stared at her with a pair of moist eyes without blinking. Wen Youning nodded. I will help you speak. Woof. Great. The corgi happily stood on King's legs and started to twist around. King was also amused and leaned in, saying, so happy, huh? The corgi stuck out its tongue and laughed. When King leaned in, it paused for a moment and silently pushed its owner's face away with its paw. King, Damie, don't get too close to me. I'm afraid teacher Wen will get the wrong idea. Hahaha, it's so obvious that it dislikes it. The assistant hurriedly carrying the cat came in and knocked on the door. Here, the cow cat is sleeping in its nest. Its leg is in a cast and it's inconvenient, so I brought the whole nest over. He set the cat and its nest down on the ground. Woof, said the corgi standing on its tiptoes. It's coming, hurry. Listen to my command, say it. The cow cat lazily lifted its eyes, and just one glance made the corgi's bark change pitch, and the tongue that had been playfully sticking out was retracted. Meow, the cow cat softly called out, lifting its injured front left paw that was in a cast, stumbling out of its nest and looking eagerly at King. King picked up the cow cat, not feeling well, huh? In a few days when the cast is removed, you'll be fine. It's just that we're using the cast to prevent you from moving around and affecting your recovery. Given the cow cat's injury, a cast was actually unnecessary, but since the cow cat is active and likes to jump around, it was put in a cast just to be safe. King couldn't help but lower his voice when talking to the poor little cat, then turned to the corgi. It's all your fault for not knowing when to take it easy in the game. Look at how much trouble you caused for Dodo. Ow. Woof, it's unfair. It's the stinky cat's fault. The corgi angrily scratched the table with its paw, swish swish. It was obviously that smelly cat who broke the dog's paw. The cow cat shook its fur, completely unconcerned about the corgi's accusation. So what? It's all your fault for being so stubborn. Otherwise, the cat's paw wouldn't hurt. King noticed that the cat and dog seemed to be having a conversation. The cat's paw is what broke the corgi's bones, not the corgi doing it. After a pause, Wen Youning felt that this statement was ambiguous. It wasn't the corgi that actively did it. It was purely a case of passive beating. The one being beaten is fine, but the dog doing the beating ended up with injured paws instead. The milk cow cat squinted its eyes and meowed, meow. How does this human know? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Meow just wants to beat the dumb dog. HMPA, whoever comes will die. Meow is invincible. King, no, it can't be. He remained silent for a long time, pondering his words, feeling that he should say something at this moment. His mind was a turbulent sea, leaving behind a messy aftermath, hesitating to say, but the cow cat is very well behaved. It doesn't make a fuss, doesn't scratch people, and is very affectionate. All the professional players in our base have been close to it. Moreover, is it a bit unrealistic for a cat to beat a dog to the point of fracturing its paw? The barrage in Wen Youning's livestream has already started typing, hahaha. Isn't this just a corgi using its head to knock a cat's paw until it fractures? Corgi, only a wronged cat knows how aggrieved a dog can be. The cow cat nuzzles King's hand and calls softly, meow. King pats the cow cat and says, it's still so small, how could it possibly fight a dog? Woof, the corgi is furious. If it weren't for being outmatched, it would have lunged at it. The dairy cow cat was picked up by King, and the area where the corgi stepped became smaller, directly jumping onto the table and turning its head to roar at the cat. Meow! The dairy cow cat buried its head into King's arms, and King frowned. Don't always be fierce to it. We need to coexist peacefully, you know. Wang wah wah wah. The corgi was so angry it was about to roll its eyes. It's all an act, it's all an act. The dog couldn't take it anymore. The corgi bumped its head against the computer screen. Woof. Help, help me. Wen Youning thought for a moment and typed on the public screen. Leave the cats and dogs, don't end the live stream, turn off the computer screen. You find an excuse to go out. King has started feeding the cat dried fish. After seeing the message, he thought for a moment, put the cow-cat back in the cat nest, and lifted the corgi back to the ground. When the computer screen went black, he said, I'm going outside to pick up a takeout. Damie, don't bully the kitten. Woof, the corgi bit his pant leg. Hurry up. It's like being blind. As he stepped out with a click, King didn't forget to take the door with him. King was quite worried that the injured cow-cat would be bullied by the corgi, so as soon as he stepped out, he immediately took out his phone and entered his live streaming room. The live stream had two angles, one high and one front-facing, so everything the two little animals did inside the house was clearly visible in the live stream. No, it's too irresponsible to just leave like this. It's very dangerous for cats to be with dogs. I reported the cat abuse. The live stream chat has started to explode. The corgi and the cow-cat are facing each other, and neither of them moved for a moment. The cow-cat lay quietly in its own nest, observing its surroundings with its little head, silently looking at the black-screened computer for a while, then slowly turning its gaze away. There's nothing going on. What is he testing? Just as King sighed helplessly in his heart, wondering how he could believe the absurd arrangement of the anchor across from him, the cow-cat, confirming that it was safe to act, suddenly moved. All of a sudden, the cow-cat in the video raised its paw wrapped in plaster high and launched a series of attacks toward the corgi's head. Bang, bang, bang. The corgi's eyes are so blurry that it can't open them. Even so, the corgi is making an effort to fight back, lifting its short legs, which are less than half the length of a cat's paw, in a direction that is unclear and with an unknown amount of force, mainly relying on a flurry of punches that miss the little kitten. Bullet screen. No, the cow-cat is obviously not big, so how can it hold down the corgi to beat it? The corgi loses because its legs are too short. Corgi, please stop hitting, you'll give the cat a cold. I applied a cast, my attack speed is lower but every punch is a critical hit. Wow, this beats so rhythmically, what a great start. Is the cow-cat playing the drums? I can't believe it, I can hardly imagine what kind of days the corgi went through before. After a brief moment of surprise, King hurriedly opened the door and shouted, "Stop, no more fighting." While speaking, the cow-cat delivered a triple strike. When discovered by humans, the cow-cat innocently blinked, raising its paw wrapped in plaster, and meowed, meow, meow. Woof, said the corgi, baring its teeth. Shut up. Ha ha ha, no one understands Dadgy better than a corgi. Corgi, this flattering smelly cat. Rice, it's dawn. Compared to ordinary cats who need regular deworming, cow-cats are at the level of needing regular exorcism. If we wait any longer, the corgi might get a concussion. King looked up when Teacher Wen. His hand holding the mouse trembled slightly as he opened the computer screen, not knowing what to say. Wen Youning calmly threw the apple core she was holding into the trash can. Let's take the corgi to the hospital for a basic checkup. What head can withstand such a blow? The cow-cat realized that the situation was caused by the opposite side, Wen Youning, and immediately huffed without any courtesy. Woo! The little tabby inside heard the sound and rushed over without hesitation, firmly stepping on Wen Youning's shoulder, baring its teeth at the cow-cat on the other side of the phone. The combat ability of tabby cats and cow cats is on par in the wild. However, if we strictly consider the same physical strength and size, tabby cats still have the upper hand in combat ability. The dogs in the yard heard the sound and all came over. The panda poked its head out from behind the rock wolf, raised its paw and shouted fiercely, "Ah! Go away!" The rock wolf silently raised its head, resting its chin on Wen Youning's shoulder, and slowly squinted its eyes. The cow cat's expression momentarily froze, as if it had become rigid. Those who recognize the situation are the wise. Cats think this way too. The cow cat looked left and right, then lowered its head to lick its paw, awkwardly licking the paw that was covered in plaster. King had his hands on the computer desk, just about to hit the keyboard, when the cow cat suddenly came over and took a bite at his leg. Hey, hey, hey. Fortunately, King was quick enough to dodge it, but the cow cat's paw still landed firmly on his calf almost at the same time. King's eyes went wide, caught in the act, "So you're not pretending anymore, huh? This is so ruthless." The specific pain level is hard to describe, but there's a red paw print where I was hit. The corgi silently moved aside after seeing it and thought, if you can hit a silly person, you can't hit a dog. The cow cat limped and chased after the dog and its owner to fight. Wen Youning. Bullet screen. This dog has suffered alongside you for a long time. A big loser raised a loser dog, and the two losers are being chased and beaten by a cow and a cat. What you did here would have been better left unsaid. At least it could save one of you. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to laugh until I vomit. I didn't realize King is actually a comedian. The corgi panted as it ran, giving its owner a look of disappointment before turning and running outside, saying woof. You should be chased by the cat instead. The dairy cat, without hesitation, abandoned King and hurriedly pursued on its fractured paw. Hey, King hurried to catch up and said, "Don't hit my dog." Breathing heavily, the last shout broke into a crack. This is a bit too lively, isn't it? If I had known it was this funny, I would have kept watching the Spring Festival gala. King left, but the microphone in the live stream is still on. Wen Youning felt that he wouldn't be back for a while, so she disconnected the microphone first. Kai Yu sat on the side watching the live stream, laughing so hard that tears came out. Ha ha ha, the corgi is just too miserable. It's really a good situation. As she laughed heartily, she leaned back and bumped her head against the door frame with a thud. Ouch, Kai Yu grimaced in pain, holding her head and rubbing it. Okay, I guess this is also a good headache. Are you okay? When Youning raised her hand to help her massage, let me check if there's any bump. Kai Yu lowered her head, and after checking, Wen Youning said, "No bump, I'll put some medicine on it. It was such a hard hit, it should swell when we get back." No need to bother, it's not serious. Kai Yu casually rubbed it a couple of times, causing her eyes to see stars from the pain. Need to deal with it, dried fish. When Youning considered the size of the medicine box and said, Tuan, go with the dried fish and help me bring the medicine box over." Meow, the little tabby jumped down. The red panda tilted its head, and the little tabby slapped its paw, turning its head to waddle along. The rock wolf glanced back, and before turning around, Wen Youning's hand had already rested on the Caucasian's mouth. "Once your leg is better, you'll have to help me with this." The Caucasian now has to walk without letting the casted hind leg touch the ground. Wen Youning lowered her head, resting against the Caucasian's forehead. Their eyes met, and she smiled with her crescent-shaped eyes. "At that time, you couldn't even refuse to help me with work. I've boarded a pirate ship." The Caucasian blinked slightly, looked up, his nose brushing against Wen Youning's jaw. "Woo. Awu, awu." The panda ran over, holding the medicine box, and just as it handed over the box, it couldn't stand still anymore, its front paws shaking on the ground. Coming. You've worked hard." When Youning opened the medicine box and took out the ointment, I'll apply it for you once first. You can apply it again before going to bed at night. By tomorrow morning, it should be fine and won't swell. Wen Youning let her hair down, turning her back to Wen Youning. Okay. The cooling ointment applied to the swollen wound can greatly relieve the pain. Hey, Teacher Wen, Wen Youning said curiously, I don't feel pain when you apply the medicine for me. Is that a talent? Wen Youning thought it shouldn't be considered that practice makes perfect. When applying medicine to small animals, extra care must be taken. They are sensitive, and their sensitivity to pain is doubled. So be careful and even more careful. Over time it has been practiced. I'll also have one. Let Teacher Wen give me the medicine. Is it really that hard? Teacher Wen is a veterinarian. I let my dog bump into one. With the good medicine, Wen Youning threw the cotton swab into the trash can, handed the opened cotton swabs and ointment to Wen Youning and said, "Put it away, don't forget." Wen Youning took it and tucked it into his pocket. Wen Youning got up with the empty plate. I will go change the medicine for the white lion first. Remember to help me close the yard gate when you leave. Wen Youning followed with the puppy in his arms, nodding in response, okay. Tuan, I'll take you home. Wen Youning reached out to pick up the little panda. The little panda had originally stretched out its paws to embrace, but upon hearing this, it quickly retracted its paws and turned to burrow into the sofa, leaving only a round, plump back. No, I don't want to go back. The red panda is humming and whimpering. Then are you playing with the dried fish? Woo-woo, the red panda swayed its tail, not wanting to leave. I'll take it home later, Wen Youning said while eating an apple. I'll keep an eye on it. All right, be careful. Wen Youning packed the food prepared for the white lion into a bag. Let's go. Huh? The little panda suddenly raised its head, its ears quivering from being squeezed by the sofa. Between staying at home to play and being with Wen Youning, the little panda would prefer the latter. But I'm going to see the white lion. Wen Youning rubbed the little panda's head. You play at home. Can you beat the white lion if you come with me? The little panda gets scared facing the little tabby and the dog in the yard, let alone the white lion. For the sake of the little one's physical and mental health, it's definitely not suitable to take him along. Woo, the little panda hesitated. It let out a low call. You can try a howl. Haha, try again next time. The white lion is sick. I'll bring it back to introduce you when it's better. Wen Youning handed the panda to Wen Youning. Contact me by phone if there's anything. Leave it to me, you can rest assured. Ayo, the panda waved its paw when it realized it really couldn't keep up. Come back earlier. Summer nights. It is still quite bright around 5 o'clock. Inside the hospital. After disinfecting, Wen Youning went upstairs and saw the white lion lying in front of the door asleep, through the glass wall. Although it was said to be asleep, it looked more like it was just passing the time by lying down. The white lion's tail occasionally swayed, and its eyes were not visible. The strong smell of disinfectant and medicine greatly diminished the white lion's sense of smell. The most reliable sense now is hearing. Even though the room has decent soundproofing, it still cannot escape the ears of the white lion. As soon as the elevator door opened, the white lion's ears twitched, and its body tilted slightly, as if trying to discern the sound of footsteps. As Wen Youning just stepped out, the white lion inside the room almost simultaneously got up. The white lion blocking the door stepped back a little, facing the door of the compartment, and sat down on the spot. Wen Youning's eyebrows moved slightly. A smile appeared in her bright eyes as she opened the door and hugged the big white cat that was quietly waiting. She said cheerfully, I'm here. The white lion let out a low growl, feeling the embrace, its paws awkwardly pressing against the mat. Wen Youning scratched the white lion's mane. Are you waiting for me? The white lion rested its chin on her shoulder and gently licked Wen Youning's cheek. Roar. Wen Youning smiled lightly, her eyes curving. Really? Did you wait here specifically for me? Woo-woo. False. Really, no, it's false. Woo, the white lion struggled but failed, rubbing against Wen Youning, its head tilted and mouth opened wide. Ayo. Wen Youning was already prepared and covered its mouth. Hey, you can't bite. The invisible white lion was caught red-handed. It growled and shook its head, breaking free from Wen Youning's grip and pouncing. Ayo. Wen Youning and the white lion were pressed together, so close that there was nowhere to hide. Ow, cough, cough. Despite her experience in playing with the big cat, when the white lion tackled her solidly onto the mat, she still felt a thud in her chest. This strength is no less than a small car driving at full speed crashing into you. The only difference might be that the white lion is holding back a bit. After easily bringing the human down, the white lion was taken aback and said, "Wah." No sound. It pawed around, eyes knows how it's gone, all gone. The white lion was taken aback. Dropped it. The white lion was a bit anxious. Wen Youning pressed down face first. Is he looking into whether Teacher Wen is still alive? Whether or not he is looking, I only know that if the white lion keeps pressing down like this, Teacher Wen will definitely run out of breath. Who taught you to measure like this? Pinch the philtrum. White lion, am I pinching? Roar, the white lion turned its head, recalling the position in its memory, ready to crash into the glass. Stop, Wen Youning hurriedly shouted. The glass was just installed. But the white lion knows there is a place to go out. This is still under the condition that the eyes have not recovered. Once fully healed, this little sick room would not be able to confine the white lion at all. Wen Youning removed the weeds from her hair and pulled out the rabbit that was trying hard to dig a hole nearby. Realizing that the white lion wouldn't eat it, the rabbit became even bolder. The rabbit is nibbling at the hay with its front paws. Rabbit, save you out. The rabbit, digging and eating grass to save someone, makes Wen Youning laugh. Thanks for your hard work. The white lion just stepped out and suddenly hit the brakes. Wen Youning placed the rabbit in a thick patch of grass nearby, shaking the lion's tail. I'm just teasing you, I'm fine. The white lion shook its fur and said, roar. Wen Youning held out a medicine bowl and said, haha, let's change the dressing. Using ordinary ointment is simple, just squeeze it in. For the dressing, Wen Youning has to prepare it fresh each time. The amount of medicine in the dressing can be adjusted based on the condition of the white lion each time the dressing is changed. After taking off the bandage, the white lion lay on the ground and stretched lazily, rubbing its paws on its face. No scratching. Wen Youning hurriedly pressed down on the white lion's paw with the meat pad. Just keep it on for another 2 days. Does your eye not hurt anymore? Besides the first dressing containing pain-relieving medication, the subsequent ones did not have any. Woo-woo. The white lion wrapped in bandages has a bit of an ancient chivalrous hero vibe. Quite cool. If it weren't for the shaved fur, I can't imagine how much battle damage that big white lion would have. This looks great too. Every time the white lion makes an appearance, I go crazy with screenshots. Ha, Teacher Wen is living in peace here while the red kestrel is having meetings all night long. Has the wind of late-night meetings reached the animal world? /meeting, / with a ding, the ointment was placed into the metal tray. Wen Youning took off her gloves and asked, / is the red kite having a meeting? Have they returned to the small courtyard, / Just like the last time when a group of red kites came to my house for a meal, gathering together. It doesn't seem like a zoo, it looks more like a residential building. Yes, at AAA Decoration Plumbing and Electricity, there is a live video here. It seems that nearby streamers also went live, but were stopped and educated by the police. The angle of the videos in the account is shot from above. It should have been taken from a high floor across the street. In the hazy night, red falcons gather and perch on the protruding waterproof strips of the high-rise residential building, filling up 3 or 4 layers from top to bottom. The shooting scene stretched, and there were quite a few red kites, making it difficult to count exactly how many there were. Wen Youning felt something was off. Why were so many red kites going to the residential building? Could it be that someone has captured the red kites? With this thought in mind, she furrowed her brows, gathered up the trash bag and said, "I'll go take a look." At the moment of turning around, she remembered the live streaming equipment. Wen Youning took down the equipment, casually turned it off and placed it on the table, saying, "I'm logging off now." Bullet screen. Hey, wait. As the first bullet screen floated out, the live stream room already went black, empty and without any sound. Who called a meeting during the Red Falcon? I was watching the live stream happily, and now I'm going to fight you. Is there anyone in City A? Come and join the live event. I'll send you gifts. Sob sob. It is already dark outside. Wen Youning just ran out of the hospital gate. Just then a car drove by, and the headlights at night dazzled her eyes, causing Wen Youning to instinctively squint. The car window on the driver's side rolled down, and Yu waved from inside. "Teacher Wen, get in the car." Wen Youning sat in the passenger seat, and as soon as the door closed, the car's navigation was already set. Yu turned the steering wheel and asked, "How is it, Teacher Wen? Did I arrive in time?" She guessed that Wen Youning would go after seeing the Red Falcon during the meeting. The old man didn't even drive. He borrowed a car and came. "It's really timely. I was just thinking it would be hard to get a taxi here." Wen Youning fastened her seatbelt and asked, "What about Tuan? Did you send him back?" "Don't worry, I dropped it off on my way out. Look at my clothes." Yu tugged at his beggar-style coat, customized by Little Panda's private claw. After getting familiar with everyone in Wen Youning's small courtyard, Little Panda really didn't want to leave. Once the group gets used to interacting with them, it wouldn't be impossible for them to stay here if the zookeepers allow it. Wen Youning was worried that without her present, the fluffy ones might get into conflict. Although the small animals at home are quite worry-free, it's still necessary to have a sense of danger. There were few cars on the road, and I was lucky to catch the first green light at the traffic signal. The next ones were a string of green lights. Yu drove in and was far away when he was blocked by a car parked by the roadside in the community. Looking up, it could be described as a sea of people. There are so many people ahead. Many people were holding their phones and the bright screens were flashing. It was unclear whether they were live streaming or taking photos. The police were maintaining order inside, and even sitting in the car, one could hear the police shouting through a loudspeaker. "Please do not gather, leave the scene as soon as possible. Please do not push or crowd, do not reach out to touch the red-footed falcon. Protecting wildlife is everyone's responsibility. Touching is prohibited. Put down your phone for photos and turn off your high beams." The police evacuating the crowd walked through the crowd. Even though there was a circle of caution tape around it, some curious people reached out to the red kite that had landed on the railing below. Chirp! Juan spread her wings to protect the red kite behind her and pecked hard at the man's outstretched hand. "Get lost. If you're so capable, come out and fight. If you win, you can go back and find someone." So annoying. Humans are really annoying. "Don't come near." The police noticed and waved their hands to separate the crowd from the hawk. Juan turned her head to peck. Before attacking, she saw a familiar human in the crowd and said, "Goo." The red falcon flew into the crowd, and the direction of the crowd's phones followed it in an arc. Cheap! Juan landed steadily on Wen Youning's shoulder and raised her wings to point at the window above. "There are little people inside." "So many little people." The adults said to take the little people away. "Take them all away today." With feathers shaking, the unhappy one complained, "Chew. Humans are so annoying. Always want to touch the hawk. Even when it flies to the tree, there are humans reaching for it. I hate it." "Don't be angry." Wen Youning groomed the feathers and raised her hand to protect the red hawk on her shoulder as she squeezed into the crowd. Don't come any closer, step back. Wen Youning, Zhao Jiaqi raised her hand to signal her colleague to step back. She had participated in several interviews with Wen Youning at the police station, and although they didn't have much of a relationship privately, they had become familiar with each other through those interactions. Seeing the red kite circling and gradually landing on Wen Youning, Zhao Jiaqi raised an eyebrow as if to say, "Do you know each other?" Considering the uniqueness of the red kite, Zhao Jiaqi didn't say it directly but asked, "Are you here to find the red kite?" Wen Youning lowered her voice. "There are traffickers in room 302. Hong Sun heard them discussing relocating the children today." Zhao Jiaqi was astonished. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Wen Youning, who was standing nearby, was stunned, quickly scanning the surroundings. There was no one around and the scene was in chaos. Wen Youning was speaking softly, so no one noticed this side. She thought, "This is a criminal case, right? Is this something I can listen to?" Wen Youning silently shifted to the side, trying to lower her presence. "I know. If it were someone else, Wen Youning might not have said it so bluntly. Zhao Jiaqi had interacted with her before, so she simply explained everything in the fewest words. "I guarantee that every word I say is true." Now, due to the large gathering of red kites, the police have dispatched patrol cars to the scene to maintain order, and the traffickers' plans to relocate the children have been temporarily shelved. Zhao Jiaqi's breathing became hurried and she looked intently at Wen Youning, filled with many thoughts. Countless words surged within her, but in the end she just pursed her lips and said, "This matter should not be disclosed for the time being. Can you drive away those red kites?" Wen Youning nodded, "All right." She gently lifted her shoulders. "Let's take everyone back first." Gu Huan kicked away a similar creature that attempted to steal her shoulder spot, responding crisply. Zhao Jiaqi looked up at the red falcon flying towards the rain-blocking section of the building, seemingly saying something to the red falcon standing above, while the falcon squatting there, already feeling drowsy, shook its head as if trying to wake itself up, and then they all jumped and spread their wings as they fell, flying up. Wow, did they all fly away? So spectacular, this number, like releasing white doves. Family, the Red Hawks have flown away. The broadcaster is also signing off. Please give some attention if you haven't. A flock of red hawks scattered, causing a stir among the crowd. The click sound of the shutter almost drowned out the speaking voices. Zhao Jiaqi turned back and whispered a few words to her colleague behind her. The colleague was stunned, but Zhao Jiaqi shook her head. "Do as I say, if there really are human traffickers upstairs." She patted Wen Youning on the shoulder, stopping the conversation there. There was no time for idle chatter as she adjusted the frequency on the walkie-talkie, arranging for the police car to leave the community with lights flashing and sirens blaring. The red kites had dispersed, the police had also left, and the gathered crowd naturally started walking their dogs or heading home. Wen Youning let out a long breath, so exciting. She had originally come over out of curiosity to join in the excitement, but unexpectedly. "Are you all so righteous, Red Falcons? Surround and capture the kidnapper." Huan only leads the way, and after all the Red Falcons flew off in one direction, it turned back and perched on Wen Yulion's hair. "Chirp! A group of silly birds. The falcon comes to take the car." Wen Youning took the red falcon off her head and hugged it, shaking it as she said, "Next time you encounter such a situation, remember to come find me first. Don't go off by yourself. The red falcon's maritime tactics are too dangerous. With so many red sparrowhawks, what if human traffickers act desperately? They are also engaged in illegal activities themselves, and the protected status of the red sparrowhawk may not be respected by the traffickers." Coo, the red sparrowhawk is shaking its head in her hands. The sparrowhawk wants to go, a fight breaks out. The red sparrowhawk had a conflict with the nearby residents. As the leader, Huan did not leave directly. Instead, she decided to resolve the issue with the residents first. Before it was fully settled, Wen Youning came along the wire. "How about I buy you a portable phone watch later? This way, if you find something when you're flying outside, you can call me." Wen Youning thought to herself, pet phone watches are quite common, but the quality and price on the market do not match. Most are overpriced and actually have little functionality. Moreover, many phone watches are fastened to the collar, but with the red kite's neck, the collar definitely cannot be fastened. I will see if I can customize a smaller version. Chirp. Good. What's the situation today? When Youning sat in the car, rubbing her fingers in circles on the red-footed falcon's belly. Do you have any injured red-footed falcons? Goo. No. Couldn't find the person who took the photos. A silly bird discovered that an adult was feeding a child water, and they all fell asleep while being fed. Huan tilted its head. The falcon pecked at the curtain and saw it. Then I noticed many humans behind taking pictures of the falcon. It was noisy. When Youning patted its head, "It's good that you weren't hurt." Looking for someone. It should be that she had previously asked the red falcon to help find Lin Yaohai, but later she didn't let them continue searching. I didn't expect that Lin Yaohai wasn't found, but there was an unexpected surprise. The human trafficker has been targeted by the red-footed falcon. The red-footed falcon was still outside confirming something. If it weren't for so many people surrounding to watch and touching the red-footed falcon, Huan would have gone to find her long ago. How could such a big commotion arise? In short, you mustn't do this again next time. You have to pay attention to safety, do you understand? Wen Youning seriously advised. HMPH, Huan turned her face away. Falcon Hall protects animals. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. Gurgle. Got it, annoying humans, HMPH. I will pay attention to safety. Last night, the red falcon in the residential building briefly trended online, only to be quickly taken down. There is no news online about human traffickers. Just looking at the number of people present yesterday and the traffic from the online live stream, it's clear that someone is suppressing the heat, and it's highly likely to be the authorities. Wen Youning added Officer Zhao as a friend, and after waking up, she discovered unread messages from her on her phone. A period represents the end of something. It seems everything is going smoothly, just waiting for the police report. Wen Youning pressed the power button, buried her head in the pillow, stretched lazily and said, "I'm so sleepy." I prepared food for the red-shouldered hawks as soon as I got home yesterday, and I was busy until the early hours of the morning. This morning I opened my eyes at 5:30. Wen Youning adjusted her schedule back to normal, getting up around 6 in the morning, leaving no time for a nap, so she just curled up in her thin quilt and dozed for a while. The little tabby cat curled up in her arms, stretched out its paws, feeling warm like a little furnace. It was an excellent hand warmer in winter, and with the air conditioning in summer, it was also pretty good. Meow, the little tabby twisted in Wen Youning's arm, with its ears pressed against her chin, trembling. "Are you awake?" Wen Youning's voice was still a bit hoarse just after waking up, her consciousness wavering between being awake and drowsy, her mind blank and unable to think. Her hands skillfully petted the little tabby all over. The little tabby lay on its back, comfortably sprawling out like a cat pancake. The Caucasian dog in the adjacent hospital bed heard the sound, lifted an eyelid, and then closed it again. The red falcon sleeping on the warm citrus head squints, seemingly unconcerned, while its claws reach down with effort. Unfortunately, it is indeed a bit far away. The little one spreads its wings, doing morning exercises without fully opening its eyes, moving purposefully while heading down. Then, it casually squeezed in between the warm citrus and the little tabby. "What?" The tabby cat raised its eyes in confusion, not knowing how it suddenly turned over. "Meow. Stinky bird. Dare to provoke me, come at me with your life. The little tabby cat couldn't even fall asleep, its big round eyes wide open, and it turned around and swiped with its paw. Chirp, Huan was unwilling to back down, spreading its wings to fight back. Stop, Wen Youning turned to one side, pressing one down with one hand and hugged it into her arms. Let me hug you, just a hug. A hug resolved all grievances. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Meow, Allah. Wen Youning smiled as she groomed the two of them, pulled back the quilt, and got out of bed, leaving the battlefield to the little tabby and the red kite. Good morning, Rock Wolf. She first went around to the Caucasus side, checked it as usual, and then carried it down. It takes 100 days to heal wounds and fractures. This is true for both humans and animals. Besides the initial treatment, the most important thing is the subsequent care. Wen Youning went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, she wanted to start a live stream but couldn't find the streaming equipment in the living room. Oh right, I didn't bring it back yesterday. Wen Youning slapped her forehead. The new streaming equipment was at the White Lion's place. It's still early. Wen Youning dug out the old one again. Having a spare is really convenient. After starting the live stream, Wen Youning walked into the kitchen. Did you eat such a feast so early in the morning? How was the situation with the red falcon resolved in the end yesterday? Heat up the leftovers so as not to waste them. Wen Youning separately served a bowl of rice to steam. The red falcon has come back for dinner too. She scanned the outside with the camera. The red falcon that stayed here last night had not left. With food and drink available, a safe environment and no natural enemies, even if there are dangerous animals, they pose no threat to them. In such a good place, the red falcon naturally enjoys staying here. Wen Youning filled the empty food trough outside, opened a bottle of milk and took a sip now and then. Returning to the room, she saw a connection request pop up on her phone screen and was momentarily stunned. So early. Good morning, Teacher Wen. The boy with the ID of painting scroll had two big dark circles under his eyes, his eye bags almost drooping to his cheekbones, looking exhausted and haggard. I took my little cow out to see a doctor this morning and just got back. I saw the live stream was on and came into queue. I didn't expect to be so lucky to connect right away. Little cow, that one behind you. Wen Youning zoomed in to take a look. It was small, like a 2 or 3 month old calf, with a light brown body covered by a blanket lying sideways on the cart, clearly just brought back from outside. Wen Youning asked, can't walk. I'm paralyzed. Huan sat on the handle of the cart, the camera aimed directly at the cow's head. I'm in the countryside. Last week, I took Diane out to the fields and got hit by a cart on the way, and I couldn't move since then. I took it to an old doctor who usually treats animals here, and they said there wasn't any bone injury, just let it rest for a few days and it'll be fine. As a result, it hasn't been able to stand up until today. Huan even went to the back and knocked on the calf's hind leg. There is a response to the tapping, see. He knocks once, the calf's leg moves a bit. He knocks again, it moves again. Moo! Don't hit anymore. Is it meaningful? No matter how much you hit me, I won't get up. Pulling the blanket off the painting and covering the calf again, I helplessly said, so it's quite strange, saying it's paralyzed, but it doesn't seem completely paralyzed. It's a pity, such a cute little calf. I hope Teacher Wen can help with acupuncture. The general's paralysis in the lower body has no reaction at all and can be treated, so shouldn't it be easier to treat something that does have some reaction? Can't get up. When Youning stroked her chin, observing the response of the calf's legs, it didn't seem sick. Diane, can you hear me? The calf turned its head towards the sound, reluctant to respond, but turned its head back again, comfortably lying down against its small pillow. I can't hear. Don't ask. If you do, the answer is I can't get up. Wen Youning pondered something was off. Are you unable to stand up, or do you not want to stand up? Painting scroll. Not As soon as this question was raised, the painting scroll looked down at the weak calf. Could it be? Moo. What do you care? As long as Moo doesn't get up, having food and drink delivered right to my mouth is so comfortable. Moo won't get up. Don't worry. Wen Youning took a sip of milk, leaning against the edge of the kitchen counter. It just likes lying around, eating and drinking with you taking care of it. It is too lazy to move and really enjoys this kind of life, so it doesn't stand up. Scroll. The calf's big, watery eyes were wide open, and upon hearing this, it didn't express any particularly excited emotions. What's going on? Logically speaking, I should believe Teacher Wen, but the calf looks really pitiful. Could it be that Teacher Wen misdiagnosed because the camera couldn't see clearly? Seeing the bullet comments, the painting can't help but speculate a bit about this. How about? He wanted to say to take the calf to Wen Youning for a thorough examination, but thinking about the distance, he was too far from City A, and it would be difficult to transport the calf, so he choked on his words. The calf twitched its ears, its gaze full of contempt. Funny, playing these little tricks with a clever cow. The cow just won't get up. What can you do? The calf's emotions are stable. Wen Youning nodded. No wonder he could pretend to be paralyzed for so long. Here, put your hand on the calf's body. Like this, Huan held the phone in one hand and placed the other hand on the cow's body. Yes, a bit to the left. Wen Youning directed Huan's hand further left, right, a bit down, about 2 fingers width. Huan followed each command with an action, specifically using his fingers to measure when he said 2 fingers, trying his best to be precise. Okay, don't move. Wen Youning had Huan freeze in position and turn to the calf. I'll ask again, are you really not getting up? The calf directly closed its eyes. No, what are you going to moo? Wen Youning nodded, signaling the scroll to start. Press the point I mentioned with your thumb. The scroll pressed down skeptically, and the calf, which had been indifferent to everything happening around it, suddenly kicked its hind legs. Woo woo woo, the tone rising with a gasp. Hey me, is that it? The scroll looked at the calf, which suddenly was full of energy. It was no longer paralyzed, its hind legs kicking wildly and its tail wagging. Is it really useful? Huan pressed it again and again in disbelief. Just press it once. Wen Youning hurriedly stopped, saying, this acupoint hurts a lot. While speaking, the thumb pressing on top didn't stop and Huan took her hand away. The calf had already mooed. PFFD, this is the price of pretending to be sick. My hooves are cramping from the pain, ha. Painting, do you agree? Press calf, I agreed. You agreed the moment you pressed it for the first time. Haha, damn, it really hurts so much that I can't stand anymore. The painting was unexpected like this. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Does it hurt this much? He didn't really use much strength, though. Why does it feel like Dot is about to faint from the pain? Moo, the calf's hind legs spiraled and flailed wildly, as it tried hard to support its upper body and crashed into the painting. Die. Oh, healed. Your technique is quite rigid, isn't it? The calf jumped off the trailer and staggered a bit, clearly still recovering from the pain it had just felt, but it couldn't care less about that. Despite its hind legs running unsteadily, it insisted on crashing into the painting. Even though the bull's horns are only small tufts, they don't seem to pose much of a threat. It continued to attack relentlessly. The uncle who has the painting raises cattle, and the calf was also given to him by the uncle. Although the painting doesn't bring in income, I have seen how my family deals with such situations, so I learned their methods and easily diffused the little calf's aggression. All right, you're faking illness to fool me, and you're still angry. Simply unreasonable. Moo. Damn it. The calf, unable to find him, simply went to attack the culprit. The painting held up the phone. Go, Teacher Wen, are you still there? Yes. I have one more question, said the painting. Why does Diandian increasingly dislike drinking milk? Sometimes he would rather go hungry than drink a bucket of milk. Isn't the calf supposed to eat grass? You're feeding a cow milk, how extravagant. Brother, what are you talking about? 5. I remember that milk seems to be for calves to drink. Humans took the calves' food and still say the calves are indulgent, haha. I'm sorry to be born a monkey. Moo. Ask her what she is doing. Drank and had a stomach ache. Moo doesn't want to drink. What's the problem? No problem. It drinks milk and has diarrhea. When Youning smiled, it is lactose intolerant. Scroll. Can a calf that drinks milk be lactose intolerant? Is that right? The painting wiped its face and said, okay, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wen. After hurriedly expressing gratitude, the painting ended the call and turned to walk into the courtyard at the last moment. I need to tell my uncle. I can't believe that cows can be lactose intolerant. This is so amazing. Wen Youning finished the small bottle of milk, and the food in the pot was almost heated up. The takeout box is made of high-temperature resistant materials and can be used in the microwave. There are many types of dishes, and if they are stir-fried together, they will mix flavors. Stir-frying each dish separately would mean constantly washing the pan, so it's better to steam them together with rice. Wen Youning took a bite of the dish. After finishing the first round of deep-fried food, the dish was reheated and tasted even better. It was quite good to eat. Ah, the little panda shouted as it rushed into the yard. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Can't bite them, can't bite them. The tail curled up as it ran on all fours, fearing that a passing red hawk might suddenly stretch its neck and peck at it. Even though it had seen these red hawks after sneaking in before, it still startled the little panda greatly. There wasn't any yesterday. The little panda kept running hard, not daring to stop even for a moment. In contrast, the passing red falcon didn't even blink. Oof! The red panda stepped onto the stairs and tumbled in through the door, landing face first with a thud. Phew, barely escaped. Why are you so worn out? When Youning heard the noise and picked up the panting red panda from the ground, did you come over to talk to the keeper? Owl said it. Sister agreed. Okay, go play with the fish snacks. When Youning pointed to the table, the meat and fruit are on the table. Eat by yourself when you're tired from playing. Woo! The red panda seems to have already taken a liking to coming over the wall to find Wen Youning every day. The purpose is to find Wen Youning, but climbing over the wall is also a lot of fun. Tuan is happily enjoying himself every day and has already made climbing over the wall a regular task. Wen Youning bit her chopsticks, pondering that she should finish the regular connection first and then wait to reconnect during the emergency. She opened the list of speakers and looked at the ID that popped up on the phone screen. Pancake Fruit applied to join the call. Hi, Teacher Wen. The image slowly appeared, and the girl on the other side revealed a bright smile, raising her hand to push her protective dust goggles back on her head. In the background, it was still dark where Pancake Fruit was. At this moment, a round cat jumped onto her shoulder. Its larger size made it unstable on one shoulder. It was clearly not its first time up there, naturally lying across the back of her head with its front paws resting on both shoulders. This is my pet, a Siberian cat, which is a blue cream tabby. Doesn't the color pattern look very similar to a calico? It's just larger in size, and its fur is fluffier and rounder. Jianbing Gu proudly shows off his cat. The Siberian forest cat is the national cat of Russia, also known as the Siberian cat. The earliest written records appeared in the 11th century, commonly found in Russian markets and rural Siberia. They grow in the harsh natural environments of Russia, so their fur is thick and warm. Their body size is large, and they can weigh over 9 kilograms. One of the largest cat breeds, the only cat that can compare in size, might be the Maine Coon. The The Siberian forest cat has a history of being bred as a working cat, protecting animals and assisting in hunting in harsh environments. Meow. Lingbao's amber-colored eyes observed left and right as it stepped on the shoulder of the pancake fruit, constantly changing direction. Stop playing with your phone. The reliable and calm Siberian forest cat is currently feeling very helpless. Jianbingyu seemed unaware and explained to me, "It's like this, Teacher Wen. I took Lingbao out to hunt and everything was fine just now, but it suddenly started throwing a tantrum for no apparent reason." She held it in her palm, displaying the beautiful cat's face that was the root of the trouble in the live stream. "It looks fine now, but it bit me several times just a moment ago. The bites were particularly fierce. Can you help me ask it why it bit me?" Jianbingyu was also puzzled. Just a moment ago everything was fine. The Siberian forest cat